Ancient landscapes hold reminders of skills and ambitions that push far past anything expected from early builders. Scattered from deserts, forests, river valleys, and high mountain plateaus are colossal artifacts carved from single blocks, shaped with accuracy that challenges even modern engineering. Their weight defies common explanations, their surfaces show techniques that feel strangely advanced, and their origins often sit in periods with almost no written record. Each monument carries questions about who planned them, how their creators moved multi-ton stones through rugged terrain, and why such extreme effort was poured into structures that often had no clear practical purpose. Some appear abandoned mid-construction, others stand perfectly aligned after thousands of years, and many remain so puzzling that even seasoned archaeologists struggle to determine their full story. Today's journey brings these enigmatic works into focus, exploring artifacts that stretch the limits of possibility and leave researchers searching for answers hidden deep within ancient craftsmanship. Settle in, relax, and let these remarkable discoveries guide your imagination through forgotten chapters of human ingenuity. A vast trench of rose-colored granite holds a form larger than anything carved from stone in that region, its length stretching across the quarry floor like a monument waiting for a transport that never arrived. The enormous shape reveals straight channels, neat grooves, and surfaces that show careful planning rather than rough extraction. Tool marks create long, shallow lines, each one revealing how craftsmen chipped the bedrock with hard dolerite hammerstones. The stone's presence feels deliberate in every dimension, yet its final intention remained unfulfilled once a natural fault cut through its base and forced all activity to halt. Archaeologists studying this site have observed the way the workers shaped the trench and managed debris, noticing how flakes of granite formed compact piles around the edges. These piles give a sense of the rhythm of labor involved in cutting such a mass out of living rock. Granite in that region is known for its density and hardness, requiring immense effort to break, shape, or polish. The workers relied on dolerite balls scattered nearby, many of which show flattened surfaces from repeated striking. By mapping these stones and their wear, researchers have recreated the method used. Repeated pounding created shallow depressions that slowly deepened. This slow shaping required a combination of strength, patience, and coordination among teams who rotated through stations across the monument. When viewed closely, the carved trenches around the obelisk reveal channels that widened near the top, narrowing near the bottom, suggesting a strategy for freeing the stone gradually. The workers did not cut it all at once. Instead, they shaped upper layers, removed debris, and worked deeper as the surface became smooth enough for marking precise lines. Granite quarries in that area supplied material for many temples and statues through long stretches of Egyptian history. Craftsmen became familiar with the behavior of the stone, including its unpredictable veins and faults. Geological surveys at the site show how minerals formed thin seams within the granite, some running diagonally beneath the surface. One of these seams passed directly under the unfinished monument and expanded into a fatal crack. Once this crack appeared, lifting the obelisk became impossible. Even today, the fracture is visible across the bottom, running along a line that would have split the monument during any attempted transport. Archaeologists studying ancient construction techniques learned a great deal from this single flaw. Completed obelisks reveal little about the early stages of quarrying because the rough work disappears during smoothing. Here, however, early shaping remained frozen. The unfinished state preserves information about spacing, orientation, and the order of actions taken by the workers. Lines marking the intended final shape run parallel from end to end. These lines were carved with accuracy that suggests master craftsmen supervised the layout before teams began heavy labor. The grooves indicate knowledge of symmetry, proportion, and the importance of keeping planes consistent across vast surfaces. Historical records suggest that obelisks served multiple symbolic and religious functions. Many stood in pairs at temple entrances, their tips covered in metal to reflect sunlight. While specific inscriptions for this unfinished monument never reached the carving stage, the plan likely involved covering the top with electrum or bronze. The quarry's proximity to the river enabled movement of finished monuments, but moving such a vast stone required sledges, ropes, lubricants, and teams of workers dragging in unison. Some depictions show workers pouring water onto sand to reduce friction. Controlled experiments in recent decades have tested this method, demonstrating that dampening the surface beneath sledges reduces resistance enough for coordinated teams to pull heavy loads over long distances. The unfinished obelisk offers a chance to consider the scale of ancient labor. Estimates of manpower vary, but 1,000-ton stone would have required enormous coordination. Ramps, pathways, and anchor points must have been prepared in advance. The quarry itself reveals ascending routes carved into the surrounding rock, forming gradual slopes suitable for hauling materials upward. These routes allowed workers to move debris, tools, and supplies. When looking at these passages today, it becomes clear that the quarry was once filled with activity, with teams moving through narrow corridors and assembling around specific workstations. The smoothness visible on part of the monument reflects a later stage in the shaping process. Granite of that quality can be polished with abrasive sandstone, quartz powder, and repeated rubbing. Craftsmen worked in teams, each assigned a particular sector. Scholars who examined the surface have identified areas where polishing began, distinguished by their sheen. The contrast between rough-cut sections and developing smoothness demonstrates how different groups advanced at varying speeds, depending on progress around the perimeter. The orientation of the monument within the quarry suggests intentional alignment. Its long axis runs roughly parallel to natural fractures in the granite, a practical choice that minimized resistance during cutting. In addition, the direction would have facilitated hauling once the stone became free. This orientation reflects knowledge of stone behavior and how best to extract massive blocks while reducing the likelihood of catastrophic breakage. Ironically, the very fracture that ruined the project did not follow typical patterns, making it impossible to predict. Granite dating in this region formed during ancient geological activity, creating a consistent material with few soft inclusions. Yet even small mineral variations have consequences when shaping large monuments. Cracks can form when thermal stress acts on the stone, causing expansions during temperature changes. Engineers studying the quarry have proposed that the fracture may have formed during a period of extreme heat variation, though this remains speculation. Other theories consider the possibility of water seeping into microfractures and expanding during cooling cycles. Regardless of cause, the resulting fault rendered the entire structure unusable for its intended purpose. Documentary evidence describing specific quarrying projects in early Egyptian history is scarce, but inscriptions from other sites confirm that royal projects required detailed logistics. Officials recorded labor organization, supplies, and ceremonial expectations. Quarry overseers coordinated food, water, and shelter for teams working long days carving through stoneworkers, often camped near quarries during large projects. Archaeological surveys at Aswan have identified remains of workshops and temporary shelters. Pottery fragments and discarded tools found near the unfinished monument support the interpretation that this quarry once held workers living and laboring nearby during extended campaigns. The site also offers insight into the tools used. Dolerite hammerstones scattered across the quarry vary in size from small handheld pieces to large spheres weighing dozens of pounds. Dolerite's toughness allowed it to chip granite without shattering quickly. Experimental archaeology demonstrates that hammering with dolerite causes shallow pitting before deeper layers form, showing that the rhythm of striking influences the speed of cutting. Repeated impact creates a granular surface, which can then be shaped into straight channels. Archaeologists analyzing the hammerstones have measured wear patterns, showing how workers rotated stones to prolong use. The trenches surrounding the monument reveal the process of isolating the sides before cutting the bottom. Workers created deep channels around the perimeter that extended far below the desired final shape. Once these channels reached sufficient depth, the next stage required creating cavities under the stone. This undercutting involved teams lying or crouching in cramped spaces to chip away rock beneath the obelisk. This phase demanded precision, as the goal involved freeing the entire lower surface without weakening the structure. Had the crack not appeared, the workers would eventually have inserted wooden beams, wedges, or lubricated supports to lift and slide the monument onto a sledge. Transporting obelisks involved dragging them across land to the river. From there, special barges carried them downstream. Evidence from other large stones suggests that ancient engineers built wide barges with parallel hulls, and heavy reinforcement artists depicted large crews rowing such vessels. The weight distribution required careful planning, often involving layers of timber beneath the stone to stabilize it. The fact that such methods existed makes the unfinished monument even more remarkable in scale, raising questions about how the final transport might have unfolded if the project had succeeded. Scholars studying the broader context of obelisk construction note that these monuments served not only religious or decorative functions but also statements of authority. Raising a massive stone at a temple entrance demonstrated the power of rulers and their command over skilled labor. Obelisks associated with royal figures sometimes carried inscriptions celebrating achievements, divine connections, or historical events. Without inscriptions, the unfinished monument reveals little about its intended dedication, though stylistic comparisons imply it may have followed patterns established during significant building periods. No record identifies the exact royal patron responsible for commissioning this monument. Later rulers often visited quarries to order new works or expand existing temples. The size of the unfinished obelisk surpasses that of most known examples, making it possible that the project aimed to create a monument of unprecedented scale. The motivation for such an ambitious creation remains open to interpretation. Some historians suggest that rulers competing for legitimacy may have attempted grander projects to assert dominance. Others propose that the quarrymasters wished to demonstrate new levels of mastery over granite extraction. These ideas remain speculative, without direct textual evidence. The error that halted this massive undertaking offers a glimpse into the risks faced by ancient craftsmen. If a fracture occurred late in the cutting process, months or even years of labor became useless. Workers likely recognized the flaw as soon as it appeared. Such a discovery might have spread through the quarry quickly, with teams gathering to inspect the damage. The crack remains visible, its edges slightly offset, showing how small shifts in pressure cause granite to part along unpredictable paths. This frozen moment captures the intersection of geological realities with human ambition. Modern archaeologists rely on detailed mapping to document the monument's dimensions. Measurements confirm its length approaches 115 feet, and its cross-section reflects proportions seen in completed obelisks. Laser scans reveal stone removal with remarkable linearity despite manual methods. Some sections appear near completion, while others retain early roughness. This uneven progress suggests that workers prioritized certain areas, possibly to verify alignment or test structural soundness as they advanced. The quarry environment also provides traces of daily life. Small hearths, pottery fragments, and discarded food remains indicate temporary habitation. Workers likely cooked simple meals, maintained fires for warmth during cooler nights, and stored tools in sheltered spaces near rocky outcrops. The surrounding granite walls create natural alcoves where groups might have rested or discussed progress. These elements add human dimension to the immense technical task at hand. The discovery of the unfinished monument by modern scholars transformed understanding of ancient stoneworking. Before its documentation, theories about quarrying relied mostly on finished obelisks and artistic depictions. Here, researchers could study an abandoned project in situ. The preserved trenches, tool marks, and debris layers reveal a sequence of actions more clearly than any completed stone. This allows reconstruction of labor stages, from rough shaping to final smoothing and undercutting, offering a rare look at the full workflow. The granite itself carries mineral inclusions that sparkle in sunlight, revealing layers that formed over millions of years. When craftsmen chipped through these minerals, subtle color variations appeared. The unfinished surfaces show reds, pinks, and lighter streaks that contrast with polished sections. The natural beauty of the stone likely contributed to its selection for monumental work. Egyptians valued granite for durability and visual impact. Many statues carved from this material survived long ages with minimal erosion, reinforcing the symbolic strength associated with it. Tourists visiting the quarry today can walk along the perimeter and observe the shape of the monument directly. The scale becomes clear when standing beside the trench, which rises higher than an adult. The stone's length extends far beyond typical construction materials of ancient times. Guides often point out the dolerite balls placed in clusters nearby, representing evidence of the labor required to shape such a marvel. Interpretive signs describe how workers chipped the sides while maintaining straight angles. Scholars analyzing the greater context of quarrying in that region note that the Aswan granite quarries supplied major building projects through many dynasties. Obelisks, statues, and architectural blocks all came from these sites. The presence of unfinished pieces across the quarries reflects the unpredictable outcomes of large-scale carving. Some stones cracked early, others broke during transport. The unfinished obelisk stands out due to its enormous size and advanced progress when failure occurred. Debates continue about whether ancient engineers possessed methods for lifting such massive objects safely. While smaller obelisks have known procedures, the scale of this one challenges typical assumptions. Engineering studies propose theoretical models involving timber frames, earthen ramps, and combinations of rollers and sledges. Some suggest using repeated levering with wooden beams, though this remains conjectural. Without physical evidence of the lifting apparatus, the exact techniques remain unverified. Despite these uncertainties, the existence of the monument demonstrates that the ambition to move such mass existed, even if completion proved impossible. Archaeologists sometimes consider what lessons this failed project taught later generations. Quarry workers likely recognized the importance of scanning for faults before investing immense labor. Some later quarries show signs that workers selected smaller blocks or changed orientation to avoid risk. Whether these adaptations were direct responses to previous failures remains unproven, yet the concept aligns with patterns seen across ancient engineering traditions. Visitors walking near the monument often comment on the smoothness of certain surfaces, which reflect hours of polishing. Polishing such an area required sand or crushed quartz mixed with water to create abrasive slurry. Workers rubbed flat stones across the granite until it took on a sheen. This process required teamwork, where repetitive motion created consistent finish. The polished areas on the unfinished obelisk stand as testimony to that patient, coordinated labor. The quarry environment holds acoustic qualities unique to its geography. Granite walls amplify even small sounds, creating a sense of scale matched by the monument. While this observation relates to modern experience, it invites thought about what the quarry sounded like during active use. The pounding of dolerite against granite likely produced rhythm capable of carrying across the entire site. Such a soundscape would accompany workers throughout long days of shaping stone. Analysis of soil around the quarry indicates use of temporary ramps and scaffolding, although wooden elements have long vanished. The arrangement of trenches suggests that workers planned a gradual lift rather than abrupt separation. The sloping edges imply they intended to raise the stones slightly before sliding it onto a sledge. Geological mapping reveals stable areas where supports could have been placed. These insights come from studying physical traces and comparing them with other known quarrying sites. Granite dust collected at the base of the trenches reveals evidence of sorting. Workers cleared debris regularly to maintain access to the stone. Some debris piles contain mixtures of fine powder and larger chips, while others show more uniform size, suggesting organizational differences among teams. Understanding how teams manage debris provides clues about pacing, workflow, and division of labor. The surrounding landscape shows signs of ancient infrastructure related to quarrying. Pathways carved into granite slopes lead toward the river. These paths widen in places where turning or resting points existed, indicating planning for heavy loads. While the unfinished obelisk never left the quarry, other large stones took these routes. Studying these pathways provides context about the expected journey for such massive creations. Many visitors note the contrast between the surrounding natural formations and the sharply defined lines of the monument. Nature shaped the granite hills over countless centuries, while human hands carved straight geometry into the same landscape. This juxtaposition highlights the complexity of ancient craftsmanship, revealing how people adapted to natural materials while imposing precise shapes upon them. Speculation arises about what the quarry scene looked like during its most active period. While definitive depictions are scarce, analogies from other quarries depict workers wearing simple linen garments, carrying baskets of chips, and organizing tools in small clusters. Teams likely communicated through shouted instructions or hand signals. Overseers with greater experience inspected progress, ensuring alignment and depth followed predetermined plans. These interpretations draw from comparative archaeology rather than direct evidence from this specific site. The site continues to attract academic interest because modern technologies allow refined analysis. Laser scanning, photogrammetry, and microscopic study of tool marks reveal nuances of technique. By modeling the trench geometry, researchers can estimate the angle of hammer strikes, the direction of force, and the likely positions of workers. These insights transform the monument into a three-dimensional record of labor practices. One aspect that fascinates researchers involves the partial polishing done before complete extraction. This suggests confidence in removing the stone and indicates a workflow not entirely dependent on freeing the bottom first. Workers may have polished areas to test visual quality or prepare specific sections. This sequence challenges assumptions that polishing always occurred after full extraction. The fracture remains the defining feature of the monument's fate. Close inspection reveals that the crack widened unevenly, suggesting gradual separation rather than sudden catastrophic collapse. This aligns with the idea that workers discovered subtle shifts before giving up. Without the crack, the obelisk would likely have become one of the largest ever erected. Its incomplete state preserves that possibility in its physical form. Scholars continue to study how quarrying changed across different periods. Earlier techniques relied heavily on organic wedges driven into notches and expanded with water. Later methods favored stone-on-stone impact. The unfinished obelisk represents a mature stage of dolerite hammerstone use. Traces of wedge marks exist elsewhere in the quarry, but not prominently on this monument, supporting the view that workers relied mostly on pounding to remove granite. Excavations around the quarry uncovered fragments of tools, pottery, and other artifacts unrelated to the obelisk. These items represent daily life rather than specialized work. Simple bowls, jars, and cooking pots suggest workers prepared food nearby. Remains of fish bones and grain indicate diet. These details enrich the understanding of quarry life and the human presence behind the monumental task. In studying the scale of this monument, historians consider how rulers mobilized large labor groups. Royal building projects often involved drafted workers, skilled craftsmen, and supervisors. Records from other sites describe the roles of scribes who documented resource distribution. Although no direct inscriptions link these practices to the unfinished obelisk, the general administrative structure likely applied. Workers required rations, water, and rest, managed by overseers coordinating multiple teams. The quarry offers a cross-section of ancient engineering choices. Marks on the stone show where chisels created grooves for guiding larger cuts. These grooves acted as markers for shaping corners and edges. The accuracy seen here rivals that of completed monuments, a testament to the craftsmanship involved even in early stages. The surrounding rock face features carved stairways that allow movement up and down the quarry. These stairways show signs of wear consistent with long-term use. Workers likely carried tools along these paths daily. Some sections reveal areas where stones were removed in smaller blocks, possibly for other architectural projects. The enormous scale of the project encourages consideration of how planning unfolded. A master craftsman or architect likely mapped the dimensions before cutting began. This planning required awareness of granite behavior, desired shape, and how best to integrate the monument into the surrounding quarry layout. Even without words carved into its surface, the monument itself represents a physical blueprint of ancient thought. Today, researchers continue to learn from this frozen moment of history. The monument offers insights not only about carving stone, but about organization, vision, and the limits of ancient technology. It shows what ancient craftsmen attempted, how they worked, and what challenges they faced. The fracture preserved in its base serves as a reminder that even the most ambitious projects depended on cooperation between human skill and the unpredictable nature of geological formations. The shape that lies embedded in the quarry floor remains a record of a halted ambition, revealing layers of knowledge and labor. Visitors walking alongside its length can trace the hands of workers across every groove and polished surface. The monument does not rise in triumph, yet its presence conveys the magnitude of ancient endeavor more vividly than many finished works. Its unfinished state protects the story of its making, offering understanding to anyone who studies the lines cut into its form. Granite shaped into vertical planes rises in fragments across the Axumite landscape, each piece carrying carved motifs that resemble architectural details rather than abstract decoration. Among these fragments rests the largest fallen stele, a monolith so vast that its original design resembles an entire tower carved from one block of stone. The layout of its features follows the proportions of Axumite buildings, tiers of recessed panels, windows marked by rectangular outlines, and false doors carved with stepped frames. These details repeat rhythmically along the length of the stone, creating the sense that craftsmen intended to mimic the facade of a monumental structure rather than create a simple gravestone. The enormous fallen piece displays its carved layers along the ground, offering a complete view of the artistry that once stood upright. The stone used for these stele came from quarries located several kilometers from the main field. The rock type, a fine-grained granite, fractures cleanly when cut with precision. Quarry marks found at excavation sites reveal the presence of chiseling, wedging, and pounding techniques. Some channels at quarries show evidence of stone being freed along long seams, which suggests that quarry workers understood the natural grain of the rock. By mapping these patterns, archaeologists reconstructed how massive blocks were extracted. Workers inserted wooden wedges into carved slots, soaked the wood to expand it, and allowed the pressure to separate the block from bedrock. This method remains supported by physical evidence from multiple Axumite quarry locations. Transporting blocks weighing hundreds of tons required sophisticated planning. The journey from quarry to stele field crossed uneven terrain. Archaeologists studying root debris believe that teams leveled pathways and built earthen ramps. Scratch marks on boulders along likely transport routes indicate contact from dragging heavy masses using ropes or wooden sledges. Experiments with reconstructions demonstrate that teams using ropes and sledges can move large monoliths when combined with lubrication such as dampened soil. While not all transport methods remain fully understood, physical traces confirm that Axumite workers were capable of moving substantial weight over considerable distance. The largest of the Axum stele measures around 70 feet in length, though its exact height when upright remains uncertain due to breakage. The carved layers follow proportions identical to smaller standing stele still present in the field. Each false window and door corresponds to specific design rules seen in Axumite architecture, such as stepped frames and crossbars. Scholars interpret these motifs as symbolic rather than functional, potentially linked to beliefs surrounding burial and status. The precision of these carvings, with straight edges and evenly spaced recesses, demonstrates skilled craftsmanship using tools that leave marks consistent with iron chisels. The Axumite kingdom reached its height between the 1st and early 5th century, a period during which monumental building activities flourished. Inscriptions from the region refer to rulers with elaborate titles, though no direct inscription on the largest fallen stele identifies its patron. The absence of inscriptions makes attribution speculative. Some historians suggest it may have been commissioned by an elite figure seeking to display wealth or spiritual significance. Others propose it belonged to a funerary complex linked to deep rock-cut chamber tombs found near the Stele field. These tombs often contain multiple chambers, some supported by intricately carved stone pillars, suggesting a high level of engineering knowledge. Excavations beneath several stelae confirmed that they served as markers for subterranean burial complexes. One of the most famous tombs, known as the Mausoleum, features rooms cut into bedrock and a stone vault supported by precisely carved granite beams. Carved lintels and support structures reveal mastery in creating stable chambers. The relationship between these tombs and specific stelae remains inferred through alignment and shared architectural motifs. For the largest stele, the associated tomb collapsed long ago, making direct connections difficult to verify. However, the orientation and proximity of the fallen monolith suggest it once stood above a significant burial chamber before falling shortly after erection. Archaeologists studying fractures on the fallen stele observe that break lines correspond to stress points where weight distribution would have been weakest during raising. This indicates that the stele likely broke during the attempt to lift it into place. The fragments lie in a sequence that implies the stone toppled forward and snapped upon impact. Soil analysis beneath the fallen pieces supports this theory, as compressed layers reveal sudden heavy impact rather than gradual sinking or later repositioning. The event likely occurred in antiquity, causing the project to be abandoned. The craftsmanship visible on the stele offers insights into the tools and techniques used. The false doors carved near the base replicate real Axumite door frames with stepped margins and central panels. Above these, rows of false windows follow regular spacing, giving the impression of multiple stories. These decorative panels appear on many Axumite stelae, though none match the scale of the largest example. Toolmark analysis shows consistent use of chisels to create straight lines and smooth, recessed surfaces. Archaeologists documented repetitive horizontal grooves that served as guides for deeper carving. The precision indicates that teams worked systematically, likely using scaffolding to reach upper sections. The stele field itself contains stelae of varying heights, weights, and levels of detail. Smaller stelae lack carved windows and doors, suggesting symbolic differences between simpler markers and monumental ones. Medium-sized stelae include some architectural motifs, but not the extensive patterning seen on the largest example. This gradient of design indicates hierarchy, where more elaborately carved stones likely represented higher-ranking individuals or families. While the largest stele was never successfully erected, its ambitious decoration aligns with the most elite levels of Axumite society. Ancient writers describe Axum as a powerful kingdom with trade connections stretching across the Red Sea to southern Arabia, India, and the Mediterranean. Goods such as ivory, gold, incense, and textiles flowed through its ports. Coins minted by Axumite rulers, some bearing inscriptions in Ge'ez, circulated widely and testify to international connections. The capacity to commission monumental works such as stelae reflects the kingdom's wealth and administrative ability to organize labor. Stelae fields near Axum demonstrate a coordinated effort requiring quarry workers, transport teams, carvers, and overseers. The scale of these projects suggests state involvement or at least elite sponsorship. The engineering challenge of raising a monolith weighing hundreds of tons remains a subject of discussion among historians and engineers. Some propose that workers dug deep pits, placed the base of the stele into position, and then raised the remaining length upward using ropes and timber frameworks. Others suggest earthen ramps combined with counterweights. Evidence for these methods remains circumstantial. The largest stele's collapse indicates that whatever method they attempted lacked sufficient stability or support. The fall may have occurred because the pit or foundation could not handle the weight, or because ropes and supports failed. Without surviving written records describing the erection process, conclusions rely on physical analysis and comparison with other cultures that raised large monoliths. Axum's geographic position placed it near volcanic highlands where granite and basalt are abundant. The presence of numerous stele fields indicates long-lasting traditions of carving and erecting monoliths. Earlier stele, some predating the Axumite kingdom, appear simpler and rougher. Over time, carving techniques evolved toward more refined geometric motifs. The transition from unadorned markers to fully ornamented architectural replicas suggests increasing ritual complexity. Scholars studying burial customs observe that Axumite elites favored chamber tombs beneath monumental markers, possibly signifying passage from earthly structures to spiritual realms represented through carved illusions of buildings. Excavations at the main Stele field reveal multiple tombs containing stone coffins, pottery, metal objects, and occasionally imported goods such as glass vessels. These finds speak to Axumite cosmopolitanism and trade networks. Some tombs show signs of looting in antiquity, complicating efforts to understand original grave goods. Despite this, architectural elements of the tombs remain intact. Corbelled ceilings, stepped platforms, and precisely arranged chambers highlight the technical abilities of Axumite builders. The combination of underground chambers and towering stelae illustrates a funerary system deeply invested in both visible and hidden spaces. Researchers studying tool marks on stelae suggest that carving required teams of specialized craftsmen. Each false door or window had consistent dimensions, implying use of standardized measurements. This degree of uniformity points to workshop practices where knowledge passed through trained lineages. The stele surfaces show evidence of leveling techniques to keep each motif aligned horizontally. Such work required careful planning on scaffolding that must have extended high above ground level. Scientific analysis of granite samples reveals mineral compositions that create specific challenges when carving. Quartz crystals embedded within the stone resist cutting, but produce clean facets when properly chipped. The Axumite craftsmen manipulated these properties to achieve sharp edges on recesses. Polishing techniques remain visible on some stelae, where surfaces reflect smoother finish than rougher quarry marks. Abrasives such as sand or crushed stone likely played a role, though direct evidence remains limited. The stele field extends across a gentle slope, where monuments once stood in organized rows. Many lay broken, their pieces scattered. Soil layers beneath certain fragments show stratigraphy consistent with sudden collapse, followed by gradual burial. Some stele fragments fell onto tomb roofs, collapsing chambers beneath. This suggests that several failures happened soon after erection attempts. Partial foundations beneath some stelae show rectangular pits lined with stone blocks. These pits served as stabilizing bases for the monoliths, though in cases like the largest stele, the foundations failed to prevent collapse. Visitors walking through the site today see a landscape of fallen giants. The largest stele lies in sections, each broken piece revealing cut patterns that align perfectly across fractures. These breaks allow detailed study of internal stress distribution. Engineers analyzing these breaks propose that internal flaws in the granite might have contributed, though no clear geological fault runs through the entire length. The most widely supported interpretation remains structural failure during an early lifting stage. Axum's stelae represent a tradition distinct from other monolithic cultures. While regions such as Egypt produced obelisks, the Axumite monuments differ significantly in design. They mimic multi-story buildings rather than tapered pillars. No other culture carved freestanding monoliths with such intricate architectural imitation on such scale. This uniqueness contributes to their archaeological importance. By studying these monuments, scholars gain insight into Axumite identity, political expression, and ritual practices. The city of Axum itself contains remnants of palaces, drainage systems, reservoirs, and temples. The most famous structure, the Takht-e Mariam, now lies mostly in ruins, but once displayed multi-story construction built from large stone blocks joined by wooden beams. Architectural parallels between these structures and the carved designs on the stele reinforce the idea that stele served as symbolic models of earthly residences for the deceased. Some scholars interpret the lower false doors as portals through which offerings might symbolically pass. The windows carved above represent upper floors of status associated with elite Axumite dwellings. Coins issued by Axumite rulers bear the images of kings wearing wreaths or crowns, sometimes holding spears or symbolic implements. These coins carry inscriptions in Greek and Ge'ez. While not directly connected to the stele construction, they illustrate the kingdom's international orientation. The wealth implied by extensive coinage production supports the idea that stele construction required significant state resources. Archaeologists examining spatial distribution within the stele field note patterns that may reflect familial or hierarchical groupings. Clusters of mid-sized stelae surround central monumental stones. These patterns resemble planned symmetries rather than random placement. The oversized stele occupies a central visual location, suggesting intention to dominate the field as a central marker. The fallen stele's carved upper portion displays a series of repeating windows arranged in rows, each separated by recessed horizontal bands. These bands give rhythm to the facade. Carved nubs protrude near the top, possibly representing beams or architectural projections. Scholars debate whether these motifs represent real structures or symbolic elements unrelated to practical architecture. Regardless of meaning, their presence adds complexity to the monolith's design. Within nearby tombs, carved pillars bear motifs similar to those on the stele. These pillars once supported stone ceilings and demonstrate how Axumite builders understood load-bearing principles. They shaped pillars with flared bases and capitals to distribute weight. Some tomb chambers include multiple rooms connected by narrow corridors. Such complexity implies advanced planning and engineering. Geophysical surveys beneath unexplored areas suggest additional tombs remain buried. These findings come from measuring electrical resistance and ground-penetrating radar anomalies. While excavations continue cautiously, discoveries from these surveys encourage expectations of further insights into Axumite burial practices. The overall landscape surrounding Axum includes hills, gullies, and exposed rock layers. These topographical features influenced stele placement, as monuments often align with gentle slopes or elevated vantage points. Some stelae face particular directions, though patterns remain inconsistent. Orientation may relate to tomb entrances or ritual pathways, though specific reasons remain unverified. The granite used for the stelae displays natural color variations ranging from gray to light brown. Weathering over centuries created patinas on exposed surfaces. Some fragments show lichen growth, creating speckled textures. Despite exposure, carved lines remain clear on many surfaces, demonstrating the durability of granite and the precision of carving. The task of imagining how teams maneuvered such a colossal monolith encourages modern engineers to consider the limits of ancient technology. Reconstructions propose wooden A-frames, rollers, earthen mounds, and large teams pulling ropes in coordinated rhythms. While speculative, these models align with known methods used by other cultures. Still, the largest stele's collapse emphasizes that even the most capable ancient engineers faced limits. Trade routes that connected Axum with distant regions also brought cultural exchanges. Objects found in Axum include Roman glassware, Indian beads, and South Arabian inscriptions. These suggest that Axum served as a hub in transcontinental trade. Wealth from trade likely financed monumental building projects. The grandeur of the stele reflects aspirations consistent with a kingdom projecting influence. Records from classical authors mention Axum's power. Writers such as Rufinus describe expeditions and diplomatic exchanges. Although these accounts do not reference Stele specifically, they portray Axum as a sophisticated kingdom with military and commercial strength. This historical background contextualizes the monumental construction efforts seen in the Stele field. Archaeologists studying the collapse of the largest stele note that its three major fragments correspond to points where carved recesses weaken structural integrity. The windows carved into the facade reduce cross-sectional thickness, creating vulnerabilities when the stone experiences tension. This factor likely contributed to breakage during raising rather than purely during impact with the ground. Local oral traditions sometimes reference ancient monoliths, though these stories often blend history with legend. While not reliable as factual accounts, they show long-standing cultural awareness of the stele. Some tales describe giants or ancient kings shaping stone to mark great deeds. These narratives reveal how monumental stones imprint themselves on cultural identity. Modern restoration efforts focus on stabilizing remaining stelae and preserving fragments. One well-known stele, taken to Rome during the 20th century and returned in 2005, now stands reconstructed in the field. This project demonstrated that standing stelae safely requires detailed engineering analysis, foundation reinforcement, and careful lifting with modern cranes. The reconstructed stele highlights the ambition reflected in ancient attempts to raise even larger monuments without modern machinery. The largest fallen stele attracts significant scholarly interest because its unfinished journey from quarry to standing monument encapsulates Axumite architectural innovation and engineering limits. Though broken, its carved surface preserves craftsmanship that speaks to artistic discipline. Every recessed panel aligns with the next, forming a series of stacked rectangles that mimic stories of a building reaching upward. Examining the tombs beneath reveals burial practices involving stone coffins shaped with geometric angles. Some coffins bear lids carved to fit tightly into grooves. Bodies placed within these coffins likely belonged to elites who held positions of power or wealth. Grave goods in some chambers include bronze bracelets, iron tools, and imported glass. These objects indicate access to luxury goods, reinforcing the idea that monumental steles marked significant individuals. Environmental studies around the site show soil layers containing organic matter from ancient vegetation. Pollen analysis identifies species present in the region during the height of Axum's power. These environmental reconstructions assist archaeologists in visualizing the landscape as it once appeared, including areas cleared for construction or ceremonies. The Axumite script, written in Ge'ez, appears on coins and inscriptions in the region. While the stelae themselves lack such inscriptions, familiarity with the script helps scholars understand the broader cultural context. Inscriptions from other Axumite sites describe royal conquests, religious dedications, and administrative acts. These texts illustrate governance structures capable of organizing large-scale building projects. Architectural parallels between Axumite palaces and the stelae suggest that craftsmen were inspired by real buildings. Palaces featured elaborate wooden beam systems, recessed windows, and stepped doorways. The stele carvings imitate these features in stone. This imitation reflects beliefs about continuity between earthly dwellings and afterlife structures, though interpretations vary among scholars. As researchers continue to study the Axum stele, new technologies expand understanding. High-resolution 3D models capture every groove and recess. These digital scans allow reconstruction of fallen fragments and simulation of stresses that caused collapse. Through these analyses, scholars refine theories about ancient engineering methods. The towering monoliths scattered across Axum offer a view into a culture that expressed power through stone. Even broken, the largest stele conveys the ambition of artisans who shaped its form with steady chisels, its length stretched toward the horizon, carved with patterns that transform a single block of granite into an architectural statement. Today, the fallen figure rests horizontally, its facade displayed like a relief. Visitors trace the carved windows and doors with their eyes, noting the rhythm of recessed panels. While its original standing form no longer dominates the skyline, its horizontal presence grants access to details that would have been difficult to observe from the ground. The stone remains firmly within the landscape, its fragments lying where they fell centuries ago. The quiet persistence of its carved surfaces reflects a world where skilled hands shaped stone with purpose, creating monuments that spoke to identity, lineage, and belief. Even without standing upright, its intricate facade shares the story of a kingdom that commanded significant resources and technical knowledge. Although time fractured the stone, the craftsmanship stays visible along every carved plane. The Axumite workers who created these monuments left behind a tangible record of their abilities. The stelae stand as expressions of a society that inscribed its architectural language onto solid granite, leaving a legacy visible across ages. In the stillness of its final position, the giant stele offers its entire facade to study, making its carved windows, stepped margins, and repeating patterns accessible as a complete visual narrative. Its presence completes the story of its making, showing both the potential it once carried and the final form it accepted as part of the Axum landscape. A limestone block shaped with a precision that leaves no irregularities runs deep through the lower courses of the ancient retaining wall, its length stretching so far that modern visitors viewing it through underground tunnels often cannot see both ends at once. The surface displays a smoothness that reflects careful finishing, while the margins around its edges form crisp lines characteristic of masonry associated with the expansion of the Temple Mount during the reign of Herod the Great. Measuring more than 50 feet in length and weighing over 500 tons, the block sits among other stones of impressive size, yet none match its mass. Its placement in the wall speaks to a construction effort requiring both strength and organization on an extraordinary scale. While the upper courses visible in open air consist of more moderately sized stones, the hidden layers below preserve the most massive examples of ancient limestone engineering in Jerusalem. Archaeologists studying the Western Wall tunnels documented each block's position, dimensions, and stone dressing techniques. The block known as the Western Stone sits several layers above bedrock, indicating that it was placed intentionally rather than discovered already embedded. Its face shows the distinctive Herodian dressing, smooth central panels framed by narrow margins chiseled at right angles. This finishing style appears consistently across many stones in the expansion project, confirming that the same architectural tradition applied to blocks of all sizes, including those of unprecedented weight. Tool marks on the margins exhibit shallow, parallel grooves created by iron chisels. These grooves differ from those on earlier courses of masonry from other periods, making identification of Herodian work possible through close examination alone. The quarry source for the block remains debated, though geological analysis points toward limestone formations located just north of the Temple Mount. Several ancient quarries discovered in this region contain partially cut blocks still attached to bedrock. The stone type matches the Megalith limestone used extensively in Herodian construction. Megalith hardens when exposed to air, making it ideal for large architectural projects. Quarry marks found at these sites include channels carved around block outlines, chisel marks associated with isolating large masses, and platforms where workers may have shaped stone before transport. Though none of these quarries show a block matching the Western Stone's size left unfinished, the methods preserved there reflect how quarry workers might have freed such a monumental piece. Transport from quarry to construction site presents one of the most challenging aspects of studying Herodian engineering. The steep valleys, uneven roads, and limited working space create an environment where moving a 500-ton block demands exceptional planning. Modern reconstructions often propose sledges pulled by teams of oxen or workers, with lubrication provided by water or oil poured onto flattened paths. Archaeological evidence from other regions, including ancient Near Eastern reliefs, show large stones transported on wooden sledges with ropes attached. Though no direct reliefs from Jerusalem depict such activity for this specific era, similarities in construction practices across the region give researchers reasonable grounds to consider sledges as a likely method. Some scholars propose that logs served as rollers, though Megalith limestone's weight would have crushed many types of wood unless exceptionally thick trunks were used. Lifting the stone into place within the retaining wall required even greater coordination. The wall's lower courses were constructed first, with the largest stones set at levels that would ultimately lie underground. Engineers building massive retaining walls in antiquity often used earth ramping techniques, where soil was piled against partially constructed walls to create temporary inclines. Workers then dragged stones upward along these packed earth ramps rather than lifting them vertically. After placement, the soil could be removed. While no textual evidence explicitly describes such a method for Herod's expansion, archaeological reasoning supports its feasibility, especially given the absence of large lifting machinery in the region at that time. The idea remains plausible and often cited, though speculative due to lack of direct documentation. Visitors walking through the modern tunnels observe joints between the giant stones so tight that a human hair cannot easily fit between them. This precision suggests that the stones were shaped meticulously before placement, ensuring clean alignment. The weight of each block contributed to stability without the need for mortar builders leveled the surfaces carefully, using iron tools to smooth high points and ensure seamless fit. The Western stone exemplifies this craftsmanship. Its face remains flat despite thousands of years underground, its margins crisp, and its interface with adjacent blocks remarkably uniform. The retaining wall surrounding the Temple Mount formed part of an enormous architectural expansion during Herod's rule, transforming the existing temple complex into a monumental platform. Historical sources such as Josephus describe the scale of this project, noting its ambition and enormous labor requirements. Stones of immense size formed the foundation for achieving a flattened, expanded summit. By creating retaining walls around the edges of the hill, engineers filled the interior with earth and rubble to produce a spacious platform capable of supporting colonnades, courts, and the temple itself. The Western stone's placement demonstrates the structural logic. Larger stones below, smaller stones above, all working together to resist lateral forces from the artificial fill behind them. The project took decades to complete. Some parts remained unfinished even after Herod's death, though the main retaining structures were largely in place. Despite being buried out of sight, the giant stones were dressed with the same care as more visible elements, suggesting that the builders aimed for uniform quality regardless of location. This consistency implies highly trained masons following strict standards. Their knowledge of limestone behavior allowed them to gauge how much to chisel, how to finish surfaces, and how to avoid weakening the stone with excessive carving. Excavations beneath the old city reveal underground chambers and passageways that show additional phases of construction. Some passages intersect the retaining wall at points where smaller blocks were later added to fill gaps. These layers illustrate repairs or modifications made long after the original construction. Yet the massive stones, like the Western stone, remain untouched, their size making removal or alteration impractical. Their presence anchors the ancient engineering in place, surviving even through later building phases that transformed the landscape above. The limestone itself formed millions of years ago, developing layers, fossils, and bedding planes that quarry workers had to consider when extracting large blocks. Beds of Megalith vary in thickness and quality. Cutting along the wrong bedding plane can cause fractures or unexpected breaks. Quarry workers likely surveyed bedrock carefully, selecting sections where bedding planes ran consistently for the full length of the desired block. This geological awareness contributed to successful extraction of oversized stones. Blocks intended for large-scale use had to meet specific standards: fine grain, few internal faults, and uniform texture. The environment of the quarry would have been noisy and filled with dust as workers hammered chisels, inserted wooden wedges, and pried massive limestone masses away from the bedrock. For a block the size of the Western stone, teams would work along all sides, cutting channels deep enough to allow placement of wedges. Once enough space existed, workers saturated wooden wedges with water. These wedges expanded, applying outward pressure that gradually separated the block from its attachment. This method appears frequently in studies of ancient quarrying across the Mediterranean. Moving from quarry to site required overcoming topographical challenges. Jerusalem's terrain includes ravines, slopes, and narrow passages between ridges. The Kidron Valley and Tyropaion Valley frame the Temple Mount, creating limited access routes. To transport a block weighing several hundred tons, workers would need to widen paths or create temporary roadways. Soil layers in certain areas show signs of repeated compaction consistent with heavy loads being dragged across them, though definitive correlation with Herodian construction remains limited. Nevertheless, the presence of compacted surfaces along plausible transport routes supports the interpretation that heavy stones moved along these paths. Once the block approached its destination, engineers coordinated the placement carefully. The retaining wall's foundation stones were already aligned according to strict horizontal courses. Each course required precise leveling. Workers likely used simple tools such as plumb bobs, leveling cords, and water channels to achieve accuracy, placing a block as large as the Western stone onto the course required, maneuvering it into position without damaging adjacent stones. The limited working space behind the retaining wall during construction likely necessitated temporarily filling interior areas with soil to create stable platforms. The fact that the western stone aligns flush with its neighbors indicates that workers adjusted the block's position while it was still movable, before its weight fully settled. Since the block sits slightly recessed behind the wall's surface, the builders may have carved its final face after partial placement, trimming it to match adjacent stones precisely. This process required slow, controlled shaping, as chiseling too deeply could compromise the entire piece. The stone's weight sets it apart within the context of ancient engineering. While other cultures transported and erected heavy stones, few examples match the combination of size, distance, and complexity required in Jerusalem's environment. The Western stone does not stand alone as a monument. It functions within a wall, meaning its placement had to consider connection to surrounding stones, structural load distribution, and long-term stability. This integration elevates the engineering challenge beyond merely moving a large object. Scholars studying ancient construction methods note that Herod's building projects often involved innovations adapted from Roman engineering. While Roman machinery such as treadwheel cranes could lift significant weight, no crane available at that time could raise a 500-ton block. Thus, reliance on earthen ramps, leverage techniques, and gradual elevation remains most plausible. Roman historians do not describe such extreme lifting in Jerusalem specifically, which reinforces the idea that raising the block did not involve machinery, but rather manipulation of terrain. Within the tunnels where the western stone lies, additional stones of considerable size appear, though none match its length. These neighboring blocks share the same dressing style and construction phase. The sequence of their placement likely followed a predictable pattern, largest first, gradually stepping upward with slightly smaller stones. This gradation helps distribute weight and stabilize the massive retaining wall. The cultural context of the retaining wall ties directly to the significance of the Temple Mount in Jewish history. The expansion created a platform capable of supporting the Second Temple's largest version. Josephus describes crowds visiting during festivals, entering vast courtyards and porticos supported by hundreds of columns. The retaining walls served as the structural backbone for this monumental religious center. The western stone, though unseen by most visitors, helped hold the entire platform in place. Archaeological evidence suggests that Herod employed thousands of workers for his projects. Detailed organization would have been necessary to coordinate quarrying, transportation, shaping, and placement. Skilled masons oversaw final dressing. Engineers responsible for alignment ensured that courses remained straight. Laborers moved rubble, mixed mortar for upper structures, and prepared the earthfill behind the retaining walls. This distributed system of labor parallels administrative patterns seen in other large ancient building campaigns. The lower courses of the retaining wall, being out of sight after completion, required special protection during construction. Workers may have erected temporary wooden barriers or supports to prevent landslides from fill material. Excavations reveal that some sections of the wall display plaster-like coatings behind the stones, perhaps applied to prevent soil intrusion during construction. The presence of such coatings supports the idea that the space behind the wall remained accessible until final fill stages. The western stone's scale often provokes speculation about lost technologies. Some propose advanced lifting devices or unknown mechanical methods. Yet archaeological study across the ancient Near East reveals many examples of large stones moved with basic methods amplified by teamwork, leverage, and manipulation of terrain. While speculation about unknown machinery persists among fringe interpretations, mainstream archaeological consensus holds that earthen ramps, sledges, and coordinated labor remain the most likely tools behind the block's placement. These conclusions stem from documented parallels in other ancient constructions, where similar methods are well attested. The tunnels revealing the western stone were not accessible in antiquity as modern visitors experience them. Instead, the street level during the Second Temple period lay far above these lower courses. People walking along the outer edges of the Temple Mount would not have seen the huge block. It served structural rather than symbolic purposes, yet its craftsmanship indicates that builders maintained standards even for unseen elements, reflecting an architectural philosophy that emphasized integrity across all components. Radiocarbon dating provides limited assistance for stone structures, but pottery fragments and construction debris discovered around the retaining wall allow archaeologists to approximate building phases. Items found in sealed fills behind sections of the wall correspond to periods associated with Herod's reign. These findings strengthen the attribution of the Western stone to this phase of expansion. They also show that the wall remained largely intact through major historical events such as the Roman destruction of the temple in 70, indicating exceptional durability. Geological study of Melek limestone shows that it retains strength over long periods when protected from environmental stress. Since the Western stone lies underground, shielded from wind, rain, and temperature fluctuations, its surface remains remarkably preserved compared to stones exposed to open air. The crispness of its margins provides an unusually clear example of Herodian finishing, aiding scholars in identifying similar stones throughout Jerusalem. The positioning of the Western stone within the wall reveals a strategy of balancing large and small blocks. Massive stones anchor the lowest visible courses, while medium-sized stones fill higher areas. Smaller stones appear only near the top. This hierarchy of stone sizes suggests a calculated approach to weight distribution. Heavy blocks at the bottom resist outward pressure from the fill inside the platform. As height increases, lateral pressure decreases, allowing builders to use smaller stones without compromising stability. Archaeological surveys record the exact measurements of the Western stone. Its length exceeds 50 feet, its height approaches 10 feet, and its depth extends further back than the visible face. This means that the true volume of the block surpasses what can be seen from the tunnel. Workers had to shape not only the visible surface, but also ensure that the interior face aligned with structural requirements behind the wall. This precise shaping contributes to overall structural integrity. Historical accounts mention that Herod sought to impress both local residents and foreign dignitaries with his architectural accomplishments. He rebuilt the temple to surpass its earlier versions and expanded its surrounding courts to monumental dimensions. Even though lower retaining walls remained hidden, their construction contributed to the perceived grandeur by ensuring that visible elements stood on a stable, massive foundation. The success of his design becomes evident in the survival of these walls through earthquakes, conflicts, and centuries of urban development. Researchers examining microstratigraphy and soil layers adjacent to the Western stone identified small accumulations of dust and debris from the construction era. These layers preserve traces of iron oxide, possibly from tools used during shaping. Although tiny, such residues provide glimpses into the working conditions during construction. The presence of compacted soil mixed with limestone chips indicates that workers shaped the stones on site, trimming edges for final fit immediately before placement. The tunnels also reveal channels carved into bedrock that served as water management systems. These channels predate Herod's expansion in some cases and were modified during construction. Their presence demonstrates the complexity of integrating new architecture with existing infrastructure. Builders had to navigate ancient water tunnels, burial caves, and earlier fortification remains. Constructing massive walls amid such complexity required careful surveying and precise execution. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Western stone lies in its quiet immensity underground. Unlike other monumental stones meant to be seen, this block performs its duty hidden from view, yet its existence offers insight into the mindset of builders who placed equal value on unseen structural elements and visible architectural flourishes. The massive stone supports everything above it, its weight pressing into the courses below in a balanced equilibrium that has lasted for centuries. Scholars studying the distribution of large stones in the retaining wall note that many lie in the northern and western sections. This clustering may reflect differences in terrain, where deeper valleys required higher retaining walls and thus larger foundational stones. By placing heavier blocks in areas needing greater reinforcement, builders ensured stability against lateral forces. The Western Stone occupies a position where the weight of the platform above required exceptional support. Construction of such a massive wall involved sequential stages. Workers first dug down to bedrock, carving channels into it to secure the lowest stones. Once foundational stones were set, they built upward layer by layer. Each course required alignment both horizontally and vertically. Without cranes capable of lifting hundreds of tons, manipulating blocks of this size demanded using ramps or stacking earthen fills. Workers gradually raised the level of the wall by pulling stones along sloped surfaces. Comparisons with other ancient megastructures show that large blocks often appear in foundational positions. For example, in Baalbek, Lebanon, massive limestone blocks known as Trilithon stones weigh hundreds of tons and form the base of a larger complex. While there is no direct connection between Baalbek and Jerusalem regarding construction crews or building programs, the presence of similarly sized stones elsewhere demonstrates that ancient engineers recognized the advantages of using extremely heavy blocks in retaining structures. Excavations around the Temple Mount uncovered additional artifacts that provide context for daily life during construction. Pottery shards, lamp fragments, and iron nails found in layers associated with Herodian building help paint a picture of the workers' activities. Although these artifacts do not directly relate to the Western Stone, they reflect the environment in which construction occurred. Workers likely lived in temporary camps near the site, supported by supply networks providing food, tools, and water. The limestone dressing techniques seen on the Western Stone align with styles used throughout Herod's architectural projects, including in Caesarea Maritima and the Herodium. These similarities confirm that skilled masons trained in a consistent tradition operated across the kingdom. Such widespread consistency reveals a centralized training system or organized guild responsible for producing masons capable of handling monumental tasks. When modern engineers examine the Western Stone, they often marvel at the precision and stability of the ancient wall. Despite its enormous weight, the block rests without signs of shift or significant settling. The joint between it and adjacent stones remains tight. This durability results from meticulous leveling and load distribution. Gravity locks the stone into its course, and friction between surfaces prevents movement. In the absence of written instructions from the builders, every insight comes from physical evidence. Each chisel line, alignment, and structural relationship offers clues. Archaeologists treat the wall like a text etched into stone, reading sequences of construction through patterns of craftsmanship. The Western Stone's size makes it a distinctive chapter in that narrative. It reflects choices made by engineers confident in their methods despite working with immense materials. The retaining wall's continued stability despite seismic activity testifies to its engineering quality. Jerusalem lies near fault lines, and earthquakes have shaken the region numerous times throughout recorded history. The fact that the massive stones remain intact indicates that builders arranged them to accommodate ground movement. The sheer weight of stones, like the Western Stone, contributes to overall stability by resisting horizontal displacement. The block's presence inspires awe not only for its size but also for its restraint. It does not boast decorative carvings or inscriptions. Its significance lies in its function, integrating engineering knowledge, geological understanding, and architectural ambition. By shaping such a massive stone and placing it deep within the retaining wall, builders created a durable foundation that carried meaning through utility rather than display. Visitors who view the Western Stone today encounter it through an illuminated corridor where the stone's face spans an entire section of the wall. The sight of its length extending beyond visible edges creates a sense of scale difficult to appreciate without standing alongside it. The quiet humidity of the tunnel and the faint mineral scent of limestone provide an immersive reminder of how ancient structures still influence the environment surrounding them. While much remains uncertain about the specific steps required to move a block of this size, the presence of the Western Stone confirms that ancient builders consistently solved challenges with ingenuity grounded in available materials and human cooperation. They worked limestone with mastery, shaped foundations with foresight, and integrated enormous masses into a stable wall that continues to stand. Through the Western stone, their achievements remain visible in physical form, a lasting imprint of engineering choices preserved far below the modern city. Its placement within the deep courses of the retaining wall embodies the combination of ambition and method that defined much of Jerusalem's ancient architecture. Seen from the vantage of centuries, the stone's stillness expresses completion rather than interruption. The work that brought it into position survives in the line of its frame, the flatness of its face, and the unity between it and every stone adjoining it, forming a structure that fulfills the purpose for which it was shaped. The first impression is the scale of the chamber itself, carved from a single block so large that its presence dominates the subterranean space built to contain it. The marble surface carries a smoothness that catches every small glint of light, while the basalt examples display deep, almost metallic hues shaped into perfectly squared corners. These sarcophagi from the royal necropolis of Sidon present themselves not as simple containers for remains, but as monumental architectural objects whose size rivals rooms rather than coffins. Archaeologists measuring them noted lengths exceeding 7 feet for the main chambers, while some lids stretch even farther. The combined weight of lid and base often surpasses 50 tons, a mass that challenges any conventional understanding of Phoenician craftsmanship. Fine chisel marks trace along the edges of reliefs depicting reclining figures, mythological beings, heroic battles, and funerary iconography. The lines remain crisp despite centuries underground, suggesting that artisans worked the stone with remarkable precision before lowering these chambers into burial pits. The necropolis at Sidon has produced sarcophagi in multiple styles, including Egyptian, Greek, and uniquely Phoenician forms. Many were made from marble imported from distant quarries, possibly in Paros or Proconnesus, both known for supplying material during classical periods. Transporting such large blocks required complex coordination. Marble quarries of antiquity show extraction techniques involving chisels, wedges, and levers, but none fully explain how blocks of such size were freed without splitting. Quarry workers likely cut channels around the desired section, inserted metal or wooden wedges, and applied pressure until the block separated cleanly. This process becomes extremely difficult at sizes required for Sidonian sarcophagi. Marble fractures unpredictably under tension, making extraction of single blocks weighing dozens of tons a high-risk endeavor. Once quarried, the raw blocks needed to reach coastal ports. Marble transport in antiquity typically involved dragging stones on wooden sledges to ships, then securing them in cargo holds or on reinforced decks. Heavy stone cargo placed immense stress on ship construction. Ancient shipwrecks carrying marble columns and blocks provide evidence of reinforced hulls. However, none discovered so far contain blocks as large as those used for Sidonian royal burials. This does not mean such ships did not exist. It simply reflects the limited archaeological record. Historical accounts mention powerful maritime networks of Phoenician traders, suggesting they possessed ships capable of transporting large cargo. Yet without direct documentation, the specifics behind these logistics remain speculative. The iconography carved onto some Sidon sarcophagi includes reclining rulers placed atop lids, often depicted with serene expressions and carefully rendered garments. These effigies show Hellenistic influence, particularly in the anatomical details of muscles, hair, and folds of fabric. Reliefs along the chamber sides sometimes portray battle scenes where warriors clash with spears, shields, and horses. Other scenes include deities, chariots, and funerary rites. Such intricate carvings required highly skilled sculptors using metal tools with sharp cutting edges. Marble carvings display depth variations that suggest multiple stages of chiseling, from rough shaping to fine finishing. Basalt examples, being harder, required even greater skill. Archaeologists studying tool marks conclude that carvers used iron chisels struck with heavy hammers, gradually shaping motifs with layered techniques. Sidon's necropolis contains chambers arranged in clusters. excavated into bedrock and sealed with enormous stone slabs. Tomb entrances lie along corridors cut into the earth, forming networks designed to host elite burials. Within these chambers, sarcophagi rest on stone platforms to protect them from moisture. Many show signs of having been placed with cranes or lifting devices, though direct evidence of such machinery remains elusive. Given the weights involved, engineers propose that ancient workers may have utilized earthen ramps, timber levers, and coordinated pulling teams to maneuver the sarcophagi into position. While speculative, these methods align with known ancient engineering practices. Blocks of similar weight appear in Levantine and Egyptian temple architecture, where evidence of ramps and levers exists. But the confined spaces of burial chambers complicate assumptions, raising questions about how workers adjusted the massive containers once inside. Several sarcophagi discovered in Sidon gained international attention during the 19th century, including the Alexander sarcophagus, now in Istanbul Archaeology Museum. Despite its name, the sarcophagus likely belonged to a Sidonian king rather than Alexander the Great. Its reliefs include scenes of hunting and battle, executed with exquisite detail that resembles Greek sculpture from the late 4th century BCE. Although the Alexander sarcophagus is not the largest by weight, its craftsmanship surpasses most examples, illustrating the artistic environment in which the massive 7-foot sarcophagi emerged. The coexistence of such high-detail works with massive, nearly unadorned basalt chambers indicates a complex funerary culture where both artistic expression and monumental weight conveyed status. Marble sources for Sidonian sarcophagi remain identifiable through petrographic analysis. Studies comparing marble composition reveal connections to well-known Greek islands. Marble from Paros, prized for its uniform grain and translucent quality, appears in several sarcophagi. Transporting such heavy material across the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean requires understanding Phoenician maritime capabilities. Historical narratives consistently portray Phoenicians as elite shipbuilders and navigators. Their vessels traded goods across regions from North Africa to Spain. For them to transport multi-ton sarcophagi blocks suggests a level of nautical engineering equal to their reputation. Yet no surviving text describes transport of sarcophagi specifically, leaving researchers dependent on indirect evidence. The necropolis layout suggests that elite Sidonian rulers and officials viewed burial as an opportunity to express political and cultural identity. Some sarcophagi incorporate Egyptian symbols such as winged sun discs or protective deities. Others incorporate Greek motifs like Dionysian imagery or heroic hunts. This syncretism reflects Sidon's position as a cultural crossroads influenced by Persian, Greek, and Egyptian powers at different periods. The monumental weight of the sarcophagi further reflects aspirations toward permanence. Their construction from single blocks emphasizes unity between form and material, reinforcing durability and prestige meant to outlast generations. Reliefs carved on several sarcophagi display layered stories. On one lid, a reclining figure holds a drinking vessel, suggesting role or status associated with feasting. Along the chamber's side, warriors engage in mounted combat. Shields, spears, and horses appear with dynamic movement. Sculptors achieved three-dimensionality by carving figures in high relief, allowing limbs to project from the stone's surface. Achieving such depth without breaking the marble required detailed planning. Artists likely marked outlines with charcoal or pigments before chiseling. The relief composition reflects knowledge of Greek artistic traditions, including anatomical accuracy and heroic proportions. Basalt sarcophagi differ from marble examples. Their surfaces typically display fewer carved scenes due to basalt's hardness. Instead, they feature geometric patterns or reserved spaces intended for inscriptions, archaeologists studying the basalt sarcophagi. Note that quarries producing such material lie farther inland, requiring overland transport before reaching the coast. Moving basalt blocks weighing dozens of tons across rough terrain presents even greater challenges than transporting marble. Without documented roads capable of supporting such loads, workers must have reinforced paths or used sledges to distribute weight across the ground. Soil compression patterns beneath certain transport routes provide indirect evidence of heavy loads dragged across ancient earth. The lids of many Sidonian sarcophagi weigh nearly as much as the chambers themselves. They taper slightly along edges to fit tightly into carved grooves. Some lids include carved pillows beneath figures, shaped to resemble cushions supporting reclining effigies. Others feature low pediments or sloping surfaces that mimic architectural roofs. The close fit between lid and chamber required precise measurement, suggesting that lid and base were carved from the same block or shaped to match with minimal margin of error. Whether craftsmen carved both together or separately remains debated. The perfect alignment indicates a level of precision achievable only through slow, careful labor. Inside the sarcophagi, chambers often display smooth surfaces with minimal decoration, intended to preserve remains and grave goods. Archaeologists found traces of pigments, fabrics, and metal objects in some examples. Although many tombs suffered ancient looting, small remnants such as bronze fragments or pottery sherds remain. These artifacts provide clues about funerary customs, including placement of offerings. Burials from Sidon reflect elite status, with goods imported from across the Mediterranean, including Attic pottery, Egyptian amulets, and locally produced jewelry. The necropolis contains sarcophagi arranged in multi-room tomb complexes. Some chambers include benches carved from bedrock, niches for lamps, and drainage channels. These details reflect planning for long-term preservation of remains. The chamber's architectural layout also reveals understanding of load-bearing stonework. Builders shaped corridors with straight walls and barrel-vaulted ceilings. In some cases, they inserted stone blocks as lintels to support roof sections. These techniques mirror construction methods seen in Phoenician temples and public buildings. Excavations conducted during the 19th and 20th centuries uncovered several remarkable sarcophagi removed from Sidon and transported to European museums. Documentation from these excavations describes the careful process required to lift heavy lids, crate the chambers, and move them across land and sea. Even with modern equipment, moving 50-ton objects presented difficulties. These logistical challenges underscore the sophistication of ancient methods required to position such sarcophagi in subterranean tombs with limited working space. Researchers studying the stylistic features of the sarcophagi identify influences from neighboring regions. Greek sculptural traditions appear in musculature and proportions. Egyptian funerary symbolism appears in winged motifs and protective iconography. Local Phoenician patterns appear in geometric border designs and inscriptions. This blend of styles reflects Sidon's role as a cosmopolitan port where artisans from multiple regions interacted. The discovery of the necropolis of Ir found multiple sarcophagi interred together. Some displayed inscriptions naming rulers or high officials. These inscriptions provide historical context for Sidon's political hierarchy. Names referenced correspond to local dynasts under Persian rule. While not all sarcophagi carried inscriptions, those that do confirm the elite status of individuals buried within them. Inscriptions reference titles suggesting administrative and military roles. The weight and size of the sarcophagi raise questions about how workers maneuvered them through narrow tomb entrances. Engineers propose that builders expanded entrances after initial carving, moving blocks into position before final shaping. Chambers may have been partially carved above ground, with tomb ceilings lowered after placement. Such methods appear in other ancient tomb constructions. For example, Egyptian mastaba builders sometimes lowered heavy sarcophagi into pits before roofing the structure. While not identical, similar principles may have applied in Sidon. Several sarcophagi retain traces of red or blue pigments used to highlight carved details. This suggests that many originally displayed vibrant coloration, now lost sculptors carved deep enough to allow pigments to remain sheltered within recesses. Over time, moisture and chemical reactions dissolved most pigments, leaving only small remnants. Archaeological analysis of chisel marks shows varied techniques used for different stone types. Marble displays smooth cuts, whereas basalt shows short, repetitive chips required to break through its dense structure. Toolkits likely included points, flat chisels, hammers, and abrasives. Carving relief figures required transitioning between different tools. Sculptors used pointed chisels to outline shapes, then flat chisels to remove material between outlines. Abrasives polished finished surfaces to create consistent textures. The necropolis setting reveals how burial practices evolved over centuries. Early Phoenician burials often used smaller sarcophagi or stone cists. Over time, influenced by Persian and Greek customs, sarcophagi grew in size and artistic complexity. By the 4th century BCE, Sidonian rulers commissioned monumental pieces rivaling those of Greek city-states. The presence of massive sarcophagi demonstrates a shift in funerary ideology, emphasizing grandeur and permanence. Transporting sarcophagi from ships into burial complexes would require carts or sledges pulled by teams of oxen. Narrow streets in ancient Sidon complicate transport, suggesting that sarcophagi arrived at coastal points specially prepared for unloading. From there, workers may have used temporary earthen ramps to raise sarcophagi to higher ground or lower them into burial pits. Soil layers around some tombs show signs of disturbance consistent with ramp removal. The necropolis reveals markers indicating plots belonging to specific dynasties. Sarcophagi grouped within certain areas reflect familial connections. The repetition of certain artistic motifs across sarcophagi suggests that workshops followed standardized patterns requested by elite patrons. Skilled sculptors likely traveled between courts, offering services. Some may have trained in Greek workshops, bringing techniques back to Sidon. The presence of basalt sarcophagi remains particularly intriguing. Basalt occurs naturally in volcanic regions, far from Sidon. Quarrying basalt requires immense force due to its hardness. Workers used metal tools and possibly fire-setting methods, where heating a section of rock followed by cooling caused cracks. Extracting a block large enough for a sarcophagus required removing surrounding material. Transporting basalt blocks likely involved moving them along earthen paths or stone pavements strengthened for heavy loads. The carved imagery on marble sarcophagi displays narrative scenes influenced by Greek art. Hunters chasing lions, cavalry charges, and heroic duels appear with dynamic poses. These scenes often reference themes of power, protection, and afterlife journeys. Religious symbolism appears subtly, with gods portrayed as guiding or observing scenes. The craftsmanship required to create such imagery on multi-ton blocks highlights the skill level present in Sidon. Some sarcophagi include decorative moldings along edges, such as egg and dart patterns, bead and reel motifs, or acanthus leaves. These decorative elements required fine chiseling and may have been gilded originally. The presence of such details further underscores the monumental ambition behind the sarcophagi's commissioning. During excavations, workers found fragments of broken sarcophagi, suggesting accidents during placement or ancient looting attempts. Some fragments show scorch marks, possibly from torches or ancient tools. Tomb robbing occurred throughout antiquity. Looters broke lids or hacked into chambers searching for valuables. Despite such damage, many sarcophagi remain intact. The necropolis also contains smaller sarcophagi and funerary goods. These items provide contrast, showing that not all elite burials relied on massive stone chambers. Variations in size and material reflect social stratification. The 7-foot sarcophagi belong to the highest ranks, reserved for kings, princes, and elite administrators. Marble trade routes extended from Greek islands to Phoenician ports. Ancient authors mention Phoenician involvement in luxury markets. Their expertise in shipbuilding allowed them to transport large cargo across open sea. The presence of marble sarcophagi in Sidon illustrates economic and cultural exchanges. While no inscription describes the exact route of a specific sarcophagus, the archaeological record aligns with known trade patterns. In analyzing the design of lids, scholars note that reclining figures resemble banquet scenes common in Near Eastern funerary art. These scenes imply that the deceased continues feasting in the afterlife. Greek influence appears in realistic anatomy. Sidonian sculptors merged local beliefs with imported artistic traditions. During modern study, laser scanning technologies captured sarcophagi surfaces in high resolution, allowing researchers to map tool marks and reconstruct carving sequences. These digital models reveal subtle details invisible to the naked eye, such as leveling marks used to ensure symmetry. Digital analysis confirms that some sarcophagi were carved entirely from single blocks without added pieces. This unity emphasizes the challenge of transporting monstrous blocks from distant quarries. The necropolis environment retains traces of organic materials such as textiles and wood, preserved in small fragments. These remnants provide insight into burial rituals, including possible presence of shrouds or wooden votive objects. Chemical analysis of residues reveals pigments from funerary offerings. The sarcophagi, though carved in different styles, share the ambition of lasting permanence. Marble's durability and basalt's resistance to erosion ensured that these monuments survived centuries underground. Even after tombs collapsed or filled with debris, the sarcophagi remained intact, their forms preserved beneath layers of soil. Visitors encountering these massive chambers today often note how their scale transforms perception of ancient funerary practices. Rather than simple containers for remains, they function as monumental statements of authority. The craftsmanship, weight, and complexity behind creating a 7-foot sarcophagus from a single block reveal an ancient world where funerary architecture demanded exceptional effort. Through their continued presence, these sarcophagi retain the gravity, technical mastery, and symbolic permanence envisioned by the artisans who carved them and the rulers who commissioned them. A traveler walking across the limestone plateaus of Malta discovers something unexpected long before any temple wall rises into view. The ground itself changes, a network of carved grooves stretches across the bedrock with a precision that does not resemble chance. These tracks appear wider than cart ruts from later eras, and archaeologists studying them have debated whether they relate to quarry transport systems from the Neolithic communities responsible for the Great Temple complexes. While no direct tool is found lodged in these grooves, the alignment between certain paths and the placement of megalithic structures suggests an early landscape engineered for movement on a scale that challenges modern assumptions about prehistoric communities. The presence of these grooves turns the first steps toward the temple sites into a kind of preview of the vast architectural ambition that once shaped the entire island. Approaching the complexes themselves reveals an architecture unlike that of mainland Mediterranean cultures. Instead of towering columns or rectilinear blocks, the Maltese builders shaped rounded walls with a sense of deliberate curvature. Yet the entrances through which visitors passed were anything but soft or tentative. Upright stones rise several meters above the threshold, paired with matching lintels that complete Trilithon gateways of staggering size. Many uprights surpass 50 tons in weight, carved from hard coralline limestone that resists shaping even by modern standards. Geological surveys confirm that the quarries used by Neolithic builders lay some distance away, requiring heavy blocks to be moved across uneven land without the wheel, without metal tools, and without draft animals. No written accounts survive from this era, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct the process from physical clues alone. Chisel patterns, abrasion marks, and the angle of cuts on unfinished stones provide the most reliable indicators of technique, showing a mastery of stone dressing that took advantage of natural bedding planes as well as controlled percussion. The temples themselves stretch back to a period far earlier than many well-known megalithic sites across Europe. Radiocarbon studies place the earliest construction phases around the 5th millennium BCE, long before monumental stonework appears in places like the Nile Valley or the British Isles. This timeline positions the builders among the first communities in the Mediterranean to create large-scale ritual architecture. Excavations reveal that the foundations and walls were not simply piled stones but carefully shaped blocks fitted with remarkable closeness. The Trilithons in particular stand as the most visually striking parts of the complexes because they frame the physical and symbolic thresholds of the structures. Their placement defines movement through the interior, guiding visitors from one chamber to another with a rhythm established entirely by stone. Inside the structures, the engineering becomes even more impressive. Rounded apses curve outward like open arms, each wall composed of stones arranged with an understanding of load distribution that suggests long experience with masonry. The Trilithons serve as gateways between these apses, creating controlled transitions that imply ritual progression. Archaeologists studying wear patterns on the floors have identified consistent traffic routes through certain parts of the structures, reinforcing the idea that these spaces were used for ceremonial gatherings rather than domestic life. The interiors were once plastered and sometimes decorated with carved motifs, including spirals, plant shapes, and patterns that resemble woven textiles. These decorations indicate a symbolic system unique to the island, not clearly linked to continental traditions. The significance of the Trilithons cannot be separated from the stone itself. Maltese limestone forms through marine deposition, creating layers of varying hardness. The coralline variety used for Trilithons resists erosion more strongly than softer Globigerina limestone. The builders may have chosen this stone for its durability, but selecting it also required quarrying and transporting blocks that demanded extraordinary physical effort. Geological maps show the distribution of coralline limestone across the island, and in many cases, the quarries lie at lower elevations than the temple sites. Moving a 50-ton monolith uphill without wheels represents a challenge still studied by modern engineers. Experimental archaeology tests have proposed several possibilities, from lever systems to sledges on wet clay or wooden rails. These ideas remain speculative unless supported by direct evidence. What can be confirmed is that the builders managed the feat repeatedly across multiple temple complexes, demonstrating a consistent engineering tradition. Archaeological excavations have uncovered stone spheres at some sites, which some researchers interpret as potential rolling aids. Their distribution, however, does not allow certainty. They might have been used for other purposes, including ritual or architectural ornamentation. Since no intact transport system survives, interpretations remain cautious. The Trilithons themselves provide clearer information. Tool marks on the surfaces show repeated, controlled percussion with stone hammers. Harder dolomite cobbles likely served as hammerstones, their durability allowing workers to shape the giant blocks methodically. This method of percussion flaking seems slow by modern standards, but experimental work demonstrates that skilled teams could remove substantial material over time. The foundations underlying each Trilithon also reveal thoughtful planning. Builders sometimes placed smaller stones at specific angles beneath the uprights, allowing the weight to distribute evenly across naturally uneven bedrock. Ground-penetrating radar and subsurface excavations show that the Trilithons were not simply placed on raw ground. Instead, the builders leveled foundation platforms and filled crevices with smaller stones to create stable bases. The accuracy with which the Trilithons stand after thousands of years attests to the effectiveness of this approach. Earth movements that shifted other ancient structures around the Mediterranean have had limited effect on the Maltese temples, a result of both the island's stable geological setting and the builders' careful preparation. The placement of the Trilithons also aligns with broader architectural patterns within each complex. Some entrances appear oriented toward astronomical events. At Menhir, one of the most studied sites, the main doorway aligns with solar positions during equinoxes and solstices. The Trilithon there frames sunlight in a way that suggests purposeful design rather than coincidence. This alignment does not constitute a universal pattern across all temple complexes, and some archaeologists urge caution in interpretation. However, the combination of architectural sophistication, repeated Trilithon forms, and selective orientation indicates a culture deeply invested in connecting built space with natural cycles. Evidence of this appears in the architecture itself, not in artistic reconstructions or speculative narratives. Beyond the openings defined by Trilithons, the interiors contain niches, altars, and pedestal-like structures that hint at ritual activities. The precise function of these features remains unclear, as no written records survive, and later cultural traditions do not preserve direct continuity. Bones of animals, shells, and small figurines found within the temples suggest offerings or ceremonial use. Some figurines are stylized with broad hips, and while popular culture has linked them to fertility symbols, archaeological interpretation remains cautious. Their presence shows that the builders placed symbolic objects within the temple environment, but the exact meaning cannot be confirmed. Organic residues on altar surfaces indicate repeated use, suggesting rituals that involved food, drink, or burning material, though the specifics vary widely depending on the context of each discovery. The Trilithons act as architectural markers in a society whose cultural identity emerges primarily through stone. With limited preservation of textiles, wood, or other organic materials, the surviving monuments provide the clearest window into Neolithic life. On Malta excavations near the temple sites reveal small villages of stone huts where daily life unfolded. These settlements contain hearths, animal pens, and simple tools made from flint, obsidian, and bone obsidian. Traces indicate trade connections with regions far beyond Malta, likely Lipari or Pantelleria, meaning the communities who built the Trilithons participated in Mediterranean networks of exchange. This broader context demonstrates that the builders were not isolated but interacted with other island and coastal societies, sharing materials while developing distinctly local architectural traditions. The construction of the temples unfolded across centuries, with building phases reflecting generational maintenance and expansion. The Trilithon at Gantia, one of the earliest sets of temple structures, exhibits rougher surface dressing compared to later examples. By the time the complexes at Menajdra and Takht-e appear in the archaeological record, the stonework exhibits greater refinement. This evolution shows that Trilithon construction techniques improved over time, and the builders gained experience in controlling stone mass, joint accuracy, and architectural layout. Radiocarbon results from soil layers, charcoal fragments, and organic remains found within construction fills support this chronological progression, giving a clear timeline grounded in scientific measurement rather than legend. One of the most important features of the Maltese megalithic tradition is the consistency of Trilithon use across multiple sites. This repetition suggests shared religious concepts and communal knowledge transmitted over many generations. Unlike cultures that shifted religious architecture dramatically over time, the Maltese Neolithic communities maintained a recognizable architectural signature. This continuity reflects social stability rather than political centralization, as no evidence of hierarchical rule or elite control appears in the archaeological record. Instead, the scale of construction indicates communal effort driven by shared belief. Excavations reveal no palaces, large residences, or administrative centers. The temples dominate the archaeological landscape, implying that spiritual or ceremonial life played a central role in social organization. The Trilithons themselves provide insight into the mindset of the builders. Their monumental gateways imply thresholds between different forms of space, possibly separating mundane activities from sacred rites. The increased height at entrances emphasizes significance. This design choice mirrors certain later Mediterranean traditions, though direct influence is not supported by evidence. The Maltese structures precede most other monumental architectures, making them pioneers rather than imitators. The rounded interior chambers emphasize enclosure and protection, while the Trilithons mark the gateway into those protected spaces. Even without written explanations, the architecture communicates meaning through form. Archaeological conservation efforts over recent decades have focused on stabilizing these Trilithons, as modern environmental pressures differ greatly from those of the Neolithic period. Acidic pollution, wind-driven erosion, and fluctuations in humidity affect limestone surfaces. Conservation teams monitor microcracks, surface flaking, and biological growth to preserve the structures. Some temples now sit beneath protective shelters designed to regulate environmental exposure. These shelters allow continued study of the Trilithons without accelerating deterioration. Conservation science in Malta has become a field of its own, blending geology, materials science, and archaeology. The Trilithons have inspired numerous interpretations regarding social identity and symbolic expression. Some scholars propose that the scale of the architecture reflects competition between neighboring communities. This idea remains speculative unless verified by more evidence. Others propose that the temples functioned as ritual centers serving multiple villages. This idea aligns with settlement distribution patterns but still lacks complete confirmation. What can be stated confidently is that the Trilithons anchor the understanding of Maltese prehistory by embedding physical traces of ritual, engineering, community coordination, and long-term building traditions into the island's bedrock. The significance of these structures becomes clearer when viewed in the context of Neolithic Europe. While many early societies constructed standing stones or simple tombs, the Maltese complexes represent a leap toward planned, multi-chambered architecture built on a massive scale. Their Trilithons mirror some features later seen at Stonehenge, though Stonehenge postdates the Maltese temples by more than a millennium. The comparison does not imply direct influence but highlights independent architectural innovation. Malta's builders achieved a level of complexity that stands apart in its era. The stone chambers formed by trilithons and curving walls create acoustic properties that researchers have measured with modern equipment. Some interior spaces amplify certain frequencies, creating resonant vibrations during speech or chant. These acoustic effects arise naturally from the geometry of the chambers, though it remains unclear whether the builders intended them. Acoustic studies show that certain frequencies match the range of human voices in ways that may have heightened ceremonial experiences. This is not confirmed as intentional design, but the results illustrate how architecture, material, and human presence interacted within the temple environment. Artifacts found inside the complexes further illuminate the ceremonial life of the builders. Carved stone blocks shaped like tables or offering stands, decorated slabs with spiral motifs, and figurines shaped from limestone or clay show that symbolic expression permeated the temples. Some figurines depict stylized humans with broad torsos and carefully carved features. These figures appear repeatedly at different temple sites, suggesting shared iconography. Their interpretation varies. Some archaeologists see them as representations of community members or ritual participants, while others propose symbolic or mythological associations. No definitive explanation exists, but the consistency of the forms indicates a cultural preference for certain shapes and motifs. Animal bones discovered in temple contexts show signs of controlled ritual deposition. Species include cattle, sheep, goats, and occasionally pigs. In some cases, bones appear in arrangements that suggest deliberate placement rather than disposal of food waste. Burn marks on certain bones indicate ceremonial burning. Analysis of these deposits shows repeated ritual activity over long periods, reinforcing the idea that temples served as central communal gathering sites. This pattern of ritual deposition occurs near or within areas framed by trilithons, further reinforcing the symbolic importance of these monumental gateways as markers of sacred space. The social implications of such monumental architecture become clearer when examining population estimates. Malta during the Neolithic period likely supported a relatively small population, perhaps a few thousand across the entire island at any given time. Constructing trilithons weighing dozens of tons would have required coordinated labor from a significant portion of the population. Such cooperation implies strong cultural cohesion and shared purpose. Without written records, the exact social mechanisms remain unknown, but the scale of effort makes communal identity an unavoidable conclusion. Archaeologists analyzing skeletal remains from nearby burial sites note that the communities appear healthy by Neolithic standards. Evidence of nutritional balance, low disease markers, and relatively consistent lifespans suggest stable living conditions. This stability could have contributed to the capacity to invest labor in monumental construction. The effort to erect trilithons and maintain temple complexes over centuries required surplus resources, Agricultural evidence supports this. Pollen samples and plant remains indicate cultivation of cereals, legumes, and fruits. Animal husbandry also played a major role. These practices provided the necessary stability for sustained architectural programs. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Maltese temples is their sudden cultural decline. Around the mid-3rd millennium BCE, construction stops. No new Trilithons are erected. Existing temples remain, but show signs of gradual abandonment. Archaeological evidence points to environmental stress, perhaps linked to deforestation, soil depletion, or changing climate conditions. The decline is not marked by invasion or catastrophe. Instead, it appears as a gradual shift in social organization. The cultural memory that once held together the architectural tradition dissolves, leaving behind monumental structures that no longer fit the needs of the population. The Trilithons, however, remain as a testament to an era of extraordinary cooperation and architectural insight. Their survival allows modern researchers to reconstruct Neolithic life in remarkable detail. The scale of the gateways, the precise fitting of the stones, the carved motifs on interior surfaces, and the evidence of ritual practice combine to create a picture of a society far more sophisticated than often assumed for the period. These structures reflect deep knowledge of geology, architecture, communal organization, and symbolic expression. Visitors standing before a Trilithon today encounter the same mass of stone that Neolithic builders shaped with their own hands. The surfaces, though weathered, still show the marks of ancient tools. The positioning still reflects choices made thousands of years ago. The sensation is not one of encountering ruins, but of stepping into a continuum of human experience that began long before documented history. These structures represent a world that predates kings, written law, recorded myth, and the architectural traditions that later civilizations made famous. They remind modern observers that innovation did not begin in places with surviving texts. It also flourished on small islands where communities shaped their environment with quiet determination. Standing before a Trilithon, the mind begins to consider the thousands of moments that led to its creation. Someone chose the stone. Someone marked the first cut. Teams of workers removed layer after layer until the surface took its final shape. Coordinated groups dragged the block across land and raised it upright with methods that remain partially unknown. Generations passed through the gateway it formed, participating in rituals now long forgotten. Time changed everything around these stones, yet they remain exactly where those early builders placed them. The lasting impression of the Maltese Trilithons comes from this connection between physical permanence and vanished meaning. Archaeology reveals the facts of construction, chronology, and material culture, but the intangible aspects linger just beyond reach. The structures do not impose themselves through height or decorative excess. Their power arises from proportion, weight, and precision. The gateways they form guide movement with a quiet clarity that needs no interpretation to be felt. As daylight shifts across their surfaces, small details emerge from the stone. Fossil fragments embedded in the limestone catch the light. Surface textures shaped by ancient tools remain visible. The lintels balance on uprights in a way that feels improbable, yet nothing about their placement suggests instability. These features create a moment of still contemplation, a reminder of the craftsmanship and the patience required to create something meant to last far longer than the lives of those who built it. The Trilithons of Malta invite reflection not only on prehistoric engineering, but also on the relationship between people and their environment. They stand as evidence that communities without metal, wheels, or written language could conceive and execute architectural programs rivaling the earliest monumental traditions anywhere in the world. Through these stones, the distant past feels close enough to touch, shaped by hands guided by knowledge passed down through generations and anchored firmly in a landscape that offered both challenge and possibility. The story carried by these monumental gateways concludes with a sense of completeness. The physical facts of their construction remain, the archaeological evidence has been gathered, and the role they played in shaping early Maltese culture stands clearly in the record. What cannot be recovered has already slipped beyond reach, leaving the Trilithons to speak through their presence alone. They remain steady reminders of a vanished world that expressed its beliefs, effort, and identity in stone, allowing those who study them today to find meaning not through speculation but through the enduring precision and beauty of the structures themselves. At the threshold of the Khafre Valley Temple, the first detail that seizes the attention is not decorative relief or hieroglyphic inscription, but the weight of the architecture itself. Blocks taller than a person, wider than a doorway, and longer than a small boat stand arranged with a precision that seems almost geometric in its clarity. Their surfaces reflect subtle differences in material. The pale limestone glows in warm tones while the darker granite possesses a muted sheen shaped by ancient polishing. Visitors approach the structure without encountering mortar, plaster, or binding agents. The joints close against one another with a care that gives the impression of a single, continuous framework rather than a series of placed blocks. This sense of unity arises entirely from stone weighing tens of tons, sometimes exceeding 100 tons, carved from distant quarries and set with purposeful intent. The temple itself lies near the foot of the pyramid attributed to Khafre, the second king of the 4th dynasty. Yet the Valley Temple stands apart from the pyramid complex through the distinct selection of materials and the extraordinary effort invested in transport and assembly. The granite used for interior pillars and parts of exterior walls originated far south at Aswan, hundreds of miles from Giza. Archaeological study confirms that the quarries of Aswan contain outcrops matching the mineral composition and grain patterns of the temple stones. These blocks would have required extraction, shaping, and movement during the Old Kingdom period, a time when transport relied on vessels along the Nile and sledges over land. Excavations show that workers of the era constructed ramps, temporary harbors, and hauling paths to manage such tremendous loads. The exact details remain partially speculative, though the physical evidence for sledges and the artistic depictions of labor crews pulling stone on lubricated paths support a plausible scenario. The scale of the Khafre Valley temple blocks pushes these methods to their limits. While some pyramid blocks weigh only a few tons, the granite monoliths here multiply that figure several times over. The logistics required crews working in coordinated groups, creating synchronization between quarry extraction, river transport during favorable water levels, and final placement once the stones arrived at the site. Archaeologists studying Nile flood cycles of the Old Kingdom note that seasonal increases in water height could allow large vessels to approach closer to construction sites, though this remains dependent on the reconstructed topography. The organization behind such movement hints at a degree of centralized management within the state. Old Kingdom administrative systems recorded tallies of workers, rations, and transport routes, though surviving documentation rarely references specific structures. What stands beyond dispute is the technical competence required to navigate a stone weighing 80 or 90 tons onto a boat without capsizing it, then offloading it hundreds of miles downstream. Modern experiments demonstrate the feasibility, though with conditions that require precise balancing and expert coordination. The lack of tool marks associated with copper chisels on the granite suggests the use of dolerite pounding stones, a method confirmed through experimental archaeology. These pounding stones act through repetitive impact, gradually shaping the granite without cracking it unpredictably. Upon entering the temple interior, the visitor encounters an arrangement of granite pillars rising from a polished floor made from the same stone. These pillars support massive roofing slabs that span significant distances. The inner hall creates an impression of geometric configuration rather than decorative excess. The builders emphasized form, proportion, and material weight over ornamentation. Some inscriptions and later additions appear on surfaces, but the original construction relied on the raw visual power of large, smooth planes. The precision of the joints allows daylight to move across surfaces without catching on gaps or misalignments, producing a serenity of form that modern architects recognize as intentional spatial control. The limestone exterior of the temple contrasts with the granite interior. The limestone blocks also reach extraordinary dimensions, some weighing around 100 tons. Archaeologists attribute the smoothness and accuracy of their placement to careful foundation leveling and repeated adjustments during installation. Evidence suggests that the floors beneath these walls were prepared meticulously, combining sand, compacted debris, and leveling stones. These measures prevented settling that would destabilize the structure. The temple's longevity attests to the success of these ancient engineering strategies. After millennia of environmental exposure, the walls remain largely intact, retaining their alignment and structural integrity. The choice of location for the Valley Temple links it with the Sphinx Temple nearby, as both structures share similar material selection and construction techniques. Their proximity and the alignment with Khafre's pyramid support the widely accepted interpretation that the Valley Temple played a role in the mortuary rituals associated with the king. The Valley complex likely served as a place where the royal body underwent purification and preparation before being transported up the causeway to the pyramid. Excavations reveal channels for drainage, evidence of large basins, and indications of ritual activity. The granite pillars within the temple might have supported a roofed hall where priests conducted ceremonies. The lack of extensive decoration suggests that function and ritual movement took precedence over visual storytelling. Geological analysis of the surrounding bedrock shows that some limestone blocks used for the temple may have been quarried directly from areas around the Sphinx ditch. The removal of these stones might have played a role in shaping that monument's form. The enormous limestone blocks placed in the Valley Temple illustrate how the builders simultaneously shaped quarry landscapes and constructed monumental architecture. The process required planning that integrated extraction, shaping, transport, and final assembly. The spatial relationship between the Sphinx Temple, the Valley Temple, and the Pyramid of Khafre reveals a coordinated architectural concept spanning multiple structures. These relationships suggest a unified vision executed over years involving thousands of workers. The joints between blocks provide additional insight. Close examination reveals contact surfaces shaped with such accuracy that some seams are nearly invisible. Ancient stoneworkers created these joints through repeated testing and adjustment. Marks on several blocks show where the builders used rubbing techniques, sliding stones together to determine high spots, and then removing material accordingly. This process created surfaces that locked together through weight alone, eliminating the need for mortar. The uniformity of the joints helps distribute load evenly, preventing shifting or cracking over time. The granite of Aswan, prized for its durability, forms the core of the interior. Its density and hardness make it resistant to erosion, preserving the surfaces more clearly than the limestone. Some of the granite pillars display subtle polishing marks. These marks resemble those produced by rubbing granite with abrasive sands and water, a method documented from later periods, but consistent with what is known of Old Kingdom stoneworking. The consistency of the pillar dimensions suggests that teams working in the quarries used reference measurements to maintain uniformity across multiple blocks. This standardization reflects high levels of organization and communication. Fragments of statues discovered within the Valley Temple include pieces of diorite, the same hard stone used for famous royal sculptures. Several statues of Khafre found in the nearby Sphinx Temple and associated with this complex reflect a high standard of craftsmanship. Their presence in the vicinity strengthens the interpretation that the Valley Temple served ritual functions connected to the king's identity, divine association, and mortuary practices. Diorite statues weighing several tons also required long-distance transport from quarries likely in Nubia. This suggests that the Valley Temple served not only as an architectural marvel, but also as a housing site for artworks of immense significance. Archaeologists studying the Valley Temple note the interplay between functional spaces and symbolic environments. The layout includes corridors, open courts, and pillared halls, creating a flow through the interior that mirrors processional pathways described in later Egyptian texts, though direct parallels cannot be confirmed for the Old Kingdom. Some scholars propose that the architectural program emphasized transformation, an important theme in royal mortuary beliefs. through movement from exterior to interior, from light to shade, and from limestone to granite. This interpretation remains speculative, but aligns with the spatial arrangement of the temple. The causeway connecting the valley temple to the pyramid rises gradually toward the plateau. Parts of this causeway remain preserved, showing walls built with similar precision. The path would have allowed the transport of the royal body and offerings from the floodplain to the higher ground. Relief fragments found near similar causeways at other pyramids depict processions and ritual activities, though few survive from the Khafre complex. The physical evidence supports the conclusion that the Valley Temple acted as the ceremonial entry point for the mortuary complex. The structure provides an architectural contrast to the pyramid itself. While the pyramid expresses grandeur through height and geometric clarity, the Valley Temple expresses grandeur through mass and density. Each block contributes to an impression of rootedness. Some sections of the internal walls display interlocking L-shaped joints that minimize horizontal shifting. These joints reveal architectural strategies designed to handle the immense weight of the blocks without compromising structural stability. Environmental studies show that the temple floor once sat near a shoreline during certain Nile flood phases. Over time, riverbank movement and sediment deposition altered the landscape. Ancient harbors near other pyramid complexes provide a model for how the Khafre complex may have received materials delivered by boat. Archaeologists working at the Khufu complex uncovered harbor remains, suggesting the likelihood of similar arrangements for Khafre. While direct harbor evidence at the Valley Temple site is limited, the presence of extremely heavy granite makes Nile transport the most logical explanation. During excavations, researchers uncovered gypsum plaster traces in some joints. These traces likely served a leveling or bedding purpose rather than a bonding agent. The plaster appears in thin layers, usually beneath limestone blocks rather than granite. It allowed final adjustments to ensure stability. This detail highlights the combination of precision and flexibility that characterized Old Kingdom construction. Builders knew how to work with stone while compensating for natural irregularities. The surfaces of the blocks contain valuable information regarding quarry techniques. Some limestone blocks exhibit characteristic marks created by pounding tools. In the granite, the surface shows bruising characteristic of dolerite hammerstones. The consistency of tool marks across blocks suggests organized quarry teams working with standardized methods. Archaeologists analyzing quarry debris at Aswan identify dolerite hammerstones with flattened striking surfaces consistent with repeated use in shaping granite blocks, destined for monumental structures in the north. The durability of the temple results from the careful combination of materials. Granite provided structural strength, while limestone offered workable mass for large-scale construction. The builders balanced these qualities to create a structure capable of bearing immense loads without collapse. The arrangement of the granite pillars inside the hall suggests deliberate spacing to distribute roof weight across stable points. Roof slabs rest across these pillars, creating a system that channels vertical force downward along predictable paths. The interior environment of the temple once created specific lighting effects. When roof slabs were fully intact, limited natural light entered through narrow openings or reflected surfaces. The smooth granite produced a soft glow that would illuminate statues or offerings positioned strategically. While no lamps survive, residue analysis on certain surfaces suggests the possible use of lighting elements. These findings remain limited and do not constitute definitive proof, but they align with known practices from later Egyptian contexts. Over time, flooding, erosion, and human activity altered the structure. Some blocks shifted and others were removed for use in later building projects, yet the core arrangement of massive stones remains largely unchanged. The temple's current condition offers a reliable representation of its original architectural philosophy. Its survival across thousands of years shows the strength inherent in simple geometric alignment and the strategic use of gravity as a binding force. The broader cultural context of the Old Kingdom helps clarify the temple's significance. The era represents a period of strong centralized leadership, with administrative systems capable of managing large-scale labor forces. This organization made pyramid construction and associated temples possible. The Valley Temple reflects this capability in its quarrying operations, transport logistics, architectural planning, and ritual function. These achievements place the structure among the most technically challenging stone constructions of the ancient world. The Valley Temple also contributes to understanding the development of Egyptian monumental architecture. Earlier structures such as the Step Pyramid complex at Saqqara introduce similar elements, stone columns, enclosure walls, and ritual chambers, but the scale of blocks in the Khafre Valley Temple exceeds those earlier efforts. This escalation in material mass suggests growing confidence in construction methods. The successful placement of 100-ton blocks demonstrates an engineering tradition capable of solving practical challenges through collective labor, specialized knowledge, and coordinated execution. The temple offers insight into ancient approaches to measurement and alignment. Though not as precisely aligned as pyramids, the Valley Temple shows careful orientation and right-angled planning. Tool marks consistent with measuring chords and straight edges appear on some blocks. The accuracy of the corners reveals consistent use of right-angle tools, likely wooden or copper-based. While few tools survive, artistic depictions from tombs show craftsmen using squares and chords to achieve straight lines and correct angles. This consistency in measurement ensured that the temple's geometry remained sound across its large scale. The relationship between the Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple raises important questions regarding construction chronology. Geological analysis of the Sphinx enclosure indicates that the blocks removed during the carving of the Sphinx possibly contributed to structures nearby. The similarity in block size and construction technique between the two temples supports the idea of close chronological association. This interpretation relies on matching tool marks, block handling methods, and material identification. Though widely accepted, this conclusion is supported by physical evidence rather than textual sources. The temple's drainage system reveals careful consideration of water management. Channels carved into the floor direct water away from critical structural points. Some channels appear to connect with external runoff points, preventing water accumulation during high flood periods. This function preserved the integrity of the limestone and prevented erosion along the foundation. These engineering measures display practical knowledge gained through long experience with the Nile's behavior. The Khafre Valley Temple stands as a testament to coordination of human labor on a grand scale. Archaeological evidence suggests that workers lived in nearby settlements designed to house labor crews. Excavations of Old Kingdom workers' villages reveal bakeries, sleeping quarters, and administrative spaces. These features demonstrate that large-scale building projects were supported by well-organized supply lines providing food, water, and tools. The existence of such infrastructure adds depth to understanding the Valley Temple. It was not simply an isolated achievement, but part of a broader societal commitment to monumental architecture. The physical presence of the temple communicates strength through simplicity. No elaborate ornamentation competes for attention. Instead, the vast weight of the stones conveys a sense of permanence. The alignment between blocks creates a calm visual rhythm. Walking through the interior, the visitor encounters spaces shaped by deliberate restraint. Each hall leads to another through transitions marked by shifts in material, height, or width, making movement through the structure feel both guided and measured. The absence of detailed inscriptions within the temple complicates interpretation. Later temples often contain rich textual information, including ritual descriptions and king lists. In contrast, the Valley Temple speaks through stone alone. It invites study through dimensions, joints, material selection, and architectural form. Archaeologists rely on surrounding structures, comparative evidence, and environmental context to reconstruct its role. This process highlights the importance of material analysis, architectural study, and geological investigation. The Valley Temple's preservation offers a rare opportunity to observe original Old Kingdom stonework up close. Many temples from later periods incorporate mud brick or smaller blocks, but the Valley Temple reflects a unique moment in Egyptian architectural history when massive stone was used with consistent precision. Its survival enhances understanding of ancient capabilities in quarrying, transport, and construction. In reflecting upon the structure, a sense of quiet completeness emerges. Each block, each joint, each pillar represents a moment in a construction process that unfolded thousands of years ago. The shape and arrangement of the stones convey collective effort rather than individual achievement. The temple stands today not as a ruin fragmented by time, but as an intact expression of architectural confidence from a distant era. Its presence allows modern observers to appreciate the ingenuity, organization, and craftsmanship of a civilization that shaped stone with an understanding both practical and profound. The first detail that pulls attention toward the basalt platforms of Takht-e Soleyman is the texture of the stones themselves. Their surfaces display tiny vesicles left behind by long-cooled volcanic activity, giving each block a grain that feels almost metallic when touched. Some edges appear rough, while others were coated with a polish achieved by repeated handling or environmental exposure over many centuries. These blocks were carved from basalt fields located miles from the sanctuary, requiring a journey through upland terrain shaped by plateaus, narrow valleys, and ridges that rise abruptly from the surrounding landscape. Moving such weight into position at a site perched above a natural lake demanded coordination, purpose, and a clear understanding of how stone behaves under stress. Even before the architecture is examined, these surfaces communicate the labor invested in bringing them to this place. Takht-e Soleyman lies in the West Azerbaijan region of Iran, an area with a long history of occupation by cultures whose archaeological footprints appear in layers stretching back thousands of years. The sanctuary achieved particular significance during the Sasanian era, although earlier and later groups also modified the site. The lake at its center forms a nearly circular basin fed by underground springs, its water maintaining a constant temperature year-round. Geological surveys have shown that the lake emerges from a deep karst system, with mineral content influencing the clarity and color of the water. The basalt platforms frame portions of this lake, creating terraces that support ritual structures. Their placement transforms the natural setting into something defined by intention, linking the landscape with architecture in a way that remains visible even in its current, partly ruined state. The builders of Takht-e Soleyman faced a challenge unique to elevated volcanic terrain. Basalt is extremely dense. Its hardness provides strength but resists cutting and shaping with simple tools. To create level terraces from a material this difficult, workers required substantial force applied through methods not fully preserved in written form. Archaeological evidence reveals traces of percussion marks created by stone or iron tools. The precise era of platform construction determines which tool types were available. During the Sasanian period, iron tools capable of shaping basalt existed. Earlier layers show that heavy hammering stones were also used. By examining the inconsistent distribution of tool marks across the platforms, researchers propose that both approaches contributed to the final structures, though this remains partly speculative because no complete tool set has been recovered directly from the site. The placement of the platforms suggests that the builders prioritized stability above all else. Basalt's density made it an ideal foundation material, particularly for a sanctuary built around a lake whose damp ground could shift under weight. By creating terraces, the builders redistributed load across multiple layers of stone, forming a stable base for ceremonial structures. Each block rests against others with joints that align carefully, even when the stones themselves are irregular in shape. Archaeologists studying the alignment note that the joints follow a pattern of interlocking angles rather than simple right-angled corners. This method maximized friction and prevented slipping on slopes or uneven surfaces. The basalt blocks themselves vary significantly in size. Some weigh just a few hundred kilograms, while others reach several tons. Transporting these heavier stones from distant volcanic fields likely involved sledges, rollers, or pack animals for smaller pieces. The largest blocks required coordinated labor from many workers. Detailed records of this process do not survive. The absence of inscriptions or construction manuals forces researchers to rely on physical evidence, landscape features, and comparisons to other basalt-based construction sites. For example, similar methods used in Eurasian fortifications further north suggest that teams placed wooden rails or beams beneath sledges to reduce friction. It remains unclear whether this technique was used at Takht-e Soleyman, though the geography of the region makes it feasible. Once transported to the sanctuary, the basalt blocks were placed on terraces carved directly into the natural slope. These terraces anchor themselves into limestone bedrock in some areas and lake sediments in others. The builders adapted foundation techniques to accommodate these changing conditions. Where limestone appears, blocks sit flush against carved surfaces, receiving support from bedrock. Where sediments dominate, workers placed layers of smaller stones beneath larger blocks to distribute weight and reduce uneven settling. Modern archaeological excavation shows these sublayers arranged systematically. Their role becomes even more important near the lake, where moisture can cause subtle ground shifts over long periods. The water of Takht-e Soleyman shaped the development of the sanctuary as much as the stone did. Situated at a high altitude, the lake maintains a near-constant temperature due to geothermal influence. This characteristic likely gave rise to myths and religious associations, although the earliest connections remain uncertain. During the Sasanian period, the sanctuary served as a major fire temple dedicated to a divinity associated with royal authority. The basalt platforms provided the structural foundation for the ceremonial complex that rose above them. Their durability allowed the sanctuary to maintain functionality even during periods of environmental stress or political upheaval. Archaeological excavations reveal that the basalt platforms served not only as foundational supports, but also as retaining walls that controlled the natural slope. These walls create a multi-layered environment where terraces rise gradually towards central structures. The arrangement enhances visibility across the site. Visitors moving through the complex would have encountered a sequence of ascending levels, each supported by precision-placed basalt. This design echoed the hierarchical nature of ritual spaces in many ancient Near Eastern cultures, where higher elevations symbolized increasing sacredness. At Takht-e Soleyman, the platforms and terraces made these symbolic gradations physically tangible. The basalt arrives from volcanic formations several kilometers away, particularly from areas associated with the Sahand volcanic range. Thick flows of basalt in those regions break naturally into columnar segments when weathered, providing an abundant source of blocks suitable for construction. Quarry surveys indicate that workers extracted basalt from outcrops where natural fractures simplified removal. Marks on walls of ancient quarries show that workers inserted wedges into cracks and applied force to detach segments. For larger blocks, teams probably expanded fractures through repeated hammering. Transport routes from these quarries to Takht-e Soleyman likely followed gentle slopes or dry riverbeds, though erosion has erased many traces. What distinguishes the platforms at Takht-e Soleyman from other ancient basalt constructions is their combination of irregular geometry and precise fit. Many blocks retain natural surfaces on one side while showing dressed faces on another. This pattern suggests that builders adapted each stone to its position rather than enforcing uniform dimensions. The effect resembles a puzzle whose pieces were shaped individually for specific roles. The result produces joints with almost no gaps. This precision reduces water infiltration and enhances stability. Geological analysis of sediment layers beneath the platforms shows minimal movement since construction, indicating that the builders successfully created a long-lasting support system. The basalt terraces also interact with the lake's hydrothermal environment. Mineral-rich water evaporates from the surface and deposits calcium carbonate on nearby stones. Over centuries, this process created crusts and mineral layers on some platform surfaces. Archaeologists studying these deposits use them to estimate exposure time and environmental changes. In some areas, mineral crusts reach several millimeters in thickness, indicating prolonged interaction with lake vapors. These crusts act as protective coatings, slowing erosion on certain basalt faces. The sanctuary's location at approximately 2,000 meters above sea level influences the engineering challenges involved in platform construction. Weather patterns at this altitude create sudden temperature changes that cause thermal expansion in stone. Basalt's low thermal conductivity and high density help reduce thermal stress. The material resists cracking under temperature fluctuations better than limestone or sandstone. This durability likely contributed to the builder's decision to use basalt as a foundation material. Even today, the basalt blocks remain in stable condition, their surfaces worn but structurally intact. Historical records from the Sasanian era mention the sanctuary as a place of royal pilgrimage and religious importance. Although these records contain little detail about construction techniques, they highlight the sanctuary's political and spiritual significance. Archaeological remains from the site's upper levels show evidence of fire altars, ceramic workshops, and storage facilities. The basalt platforms underlie these structures, supporting every stage of activity that occurred above. Their importance becomes evident through their role as the literal and symbolic base of the sanctuary. The configurations of the terraces form spatial patterns that guide movement. Pathways built into the basalt foundation lead visitors toward the central fire temple, using changes in elevation to create a sense of progression. These routes align with natural contours of the terrain, but also show intentional modification. Workers flattened surfaces, filled depressions, and constructed retaining walls to create smooth transitions from one level to another. The terraces therefore serve both practical and symbolic roles. Their construction reflects not only engineering skill, but also cultural vision, translating religious ideas into physical form. Archaeologists have examined microfractures in some of the basalt blocks to understand the stone's long-term behavior. These fractures form mostly along natural grain boundaries rather than at joints. The precision in joint placement ensures that the blocks support weight without placing stress on vulnerable points. This suggests that the builders understood how basalt breaks and positioned stones accordingly. Such knowledge likely came from generations of working with volcanic stone. The Sasanian builders may have inherited techniques from earlier cultures in the region, though this remains speculative. The lack of written documentation for stoneworking traditions leaves many questions unanswered. Human activity at the sanctuary continued after the Sasanian period. The Mongol Ilkhanate later occupied the site, modifying some structures and constructing new ones. These additions often used materials other than basalt, such as baked bricks and plaster. The basalt platforms sustained these modifications without significant alteration. Their structural strength allowed later cultures to build atop them without concern for collapse. During these periods, the precise origin of the basalt platforms may already have been forgotten, yet their presence shaped every new phase of construction. The lake at the center of the sanctuary plays a key role in the site's identity. Its constant water level provided a natural focal point for ceremonies. Some archaeologists propose that the lake served as a symbolic representation of the cosmic waters in Iranian religious thought. This interpretation remains speculative but aligns with the sanctuary's placement of high-status structures around the water's edge. The basalt platforms create firm ground near this lake, transforming a natural basin into a ritual plaza. The combination of volcanic stone and mineral water creates a unique environmental setting rarely found elsewhere in the region. Studies of sediment buildup along the lake's edges show periods of heavy mineral deposition. These deposits incorporate plant remains, pottery fragments, and charcoal traces. Their presence near basalt terraces suggests that ritual activity occurred close to the water. The platforms provided stable surfaces for gatherings, processions, or offerings. Since the sanctuary spans multiple historical periods, identifying which deposits belong to which era requires careful stratigraphic analysis. Certain layers correspond to Sasanian activity, while others relate to later occupations. The basalt's dark color forms a visual contrast with the lighter limestone and brick structures that once stood above it. This contrast likely contributed to the aesthetic experience of the sanctuary. The platforms appear as grounded, anchored layers from which lighter architectural elements rose. Even in ruins, the visual balance between dark basalt foundations and remnants of upper structures communicates a sense of deliberate composition. The terraces frame views toward the lake, reinforcing its central role. The alignment of basalt courses along key sightlines indicates thoughtful planning rather than simple practicality. Geophysical surveys around Takht-e Soleyman reveal buried portions of the terraces. Some extend farther than the visible ruins, indicating a more extensive platform network than previously recognized. These surveys detect stone densities consistent with basalt at depths that suggest earlier construction phases or later repair work. Over time, soil deposition and collapse of upper structures buried segments of the platforms. Excavating these layers offers new opportunities to understand how the sanctuary evolved. Each newly uncovered terrace reveals more about the builder's methods and intentions. Researchers analyzing construction debris found near the platforms identify a combination of basalt fragments, limestone chips, and mortar residues. The mortar appears in later layers, indicating modifications from post-Sasanian periods. The basalt fragments show percussion patterns consistent with on-site shaping. This suggests that workers conducted final adjustments at the sanctuary rather than at the quarry. Transporting oversized blocks and trimming them on site provided greater flexibility and ensured that each stone fit its intended place. Climate patterns in the region influence the preservation of the basalt platforms. The site experiences temperature extremes between day and night, but basalt's thermal stability helps it withstand these fluctuations. However, small fractures deepen over time due to freeze-thaw cycles in winter months. Conservation teams monitor these areas but note that overall deterioration remains slow. The lake's mineral content causes deposits that protect some surfaces but also contribute to biological growth. These conditions require careful management to preserve the sanctuary. The basalt terraces reflect engineering choices grounded in practicality and cultural tradition. The builders selected a material that would not easily degrade. They designed platforms that anchored structures securely. They shaped stones to match the terrain. They created pathways that guided movement in ways consistent with ritual needs. These decisions resulted in a sanctuary whose foundations remain firmly in place long after its upper buildings decayed. The cultural significance of Takht-e Soleyman extends far beyond its architecture. It functioned as a religious center, a political symbol, and an economic hub. The basalt platforms supported administrative buildings, ceremonial halls, and storage facilities. Their presence allowed the sanctuary to withstand centuries of shifting political landscapes. When new rulers arrived, they built on the same foundations, acknowledging the stability and importance of the original layout. This continuity shows that the platforms shaped not only physical space, but also cultural identity. The basalt itself, formed through ancient volcanic forces, contains minerals that reveal the geological history of the region. Petrographic analysis identifies minerals such as plagioclase, pyroxene, and olivine. These minerals influence color, durability, and fracture patterns. Their arrangement within the stone tells a story of eruptions, cooling periods, and tectonic processes. When builders chose basalt, they selected a material whose formation spanned millions of years. This interplay between geological time and human architecture creates a layered significance that enhances the sanctuary's character. The sanctuary's UNESCO World Heritage designation recognizes its cultural, historical, and architectural value. The basalt platforms contribute significantly to this recognition due to their role in supporting key structures and their demonstration of early engineering knowledge. Conservation teams document every aspect of the platforms using photogrammetry, laser scanning, and core sampling. These methods help identify weak points, understand construction sequences, and plan future preservation efforts. Modern technology reveals how precisely ancient builders aligned stones without modern measuring tools. Visitors to Takht-e Soleyman often focus on the lake's blue water or the ruins of the fire temple, yet the basalt platforms create the foundation for every visible feature. The terraces determine how visitors move, where they stand, and what they see. Their shapes frame the lake, guide the approach to central structures, and provide stability for buildings long vanished. The platforms function quietly, expressing their importance through presence rather than decoration. The sanctuary's setting within a high plateau creates views that stretch across valleys and mountains. From certain vantage points, the basalt terraces appear as dark bands cutting across lighter ground. These bands highlight the scale of human intervention in the landscape. The builders reshaped natural contours to create a sanctuary that merged with its environment while asserting human intention. This blending of natural and constructed forms reveals a sophisticated understanding of site selection, architectural framing, and sacred geography. Archaeobotanical studies at Takht-e Soleyman identify plant remains from ancient fires, offerings, and daily activities. These remains help reconstruct diets, rituals, and economic practices. The basalt platforms preserved some of these remains by creating sheltered pockets where material accumulated. Although the terraces themselves were not used for storage, their structural presence influenced how debris settled across the site. These details provide insight into life at the sanctuary across centuries. In the modern era, the basalt platforms continue to draw attention from architects and engineers fascinated by the precision of ancient construction methods. The platforms show that stability can be achieved without uniformity. Irregular stones, when placed with care, create foundations as strong as those built with standardized blocks. This principle resonates with modern approaches to dry stone construction, earthquake-resistant building techniques, and sustainable architecture. The story of Takht-e Soleyman's basalt platforms reaches its conclusion through their enduring presence. They remain firm beneath the ruins of structures that once rose above them. They support the weight of centuries, adapt to environmental changes, and preserve the shape of a sanctuary that served many cultures. Their quiet strength allows the lake, the ruins, and the landscape to reveal their history without losing their connection to the builders who shaped them. The platforms stand complete within their purpose, providing a foundation that continues to uphold the legacy of a site shaped by stone, water, and human intention. A visitor approaching the surviving fragments of the great Menhir of Grah encounters an arrangement of stone that seems to resist any attempt to treat it as ordinary. The pieces lie stretched across a gentle landscape near Locmariaca in western France, each one shaped with deliberate contours that preserve the identity of a monument that once stood as one unbroken pillar. Archaeologists studying the fragments calculated an original weight of more than 300 tons, which places the monolith among the heaviest single stones ever raised by Neolithic builders in Europe. The preserved surfaces show clear traces of human shaping rather than natural fracture, confirming that the people who worked this material understood its grain well enough to create a form that could be transported, raised, and positioned with purpose. Even after collapse, the size and distribution of the broken pieces reveal a story that reaches far beyond their present position on the ground. The stone itself is made of a type of granite sourced from outcrops several kilometers from the final location. Geologists determined that the mineral composition of the fragments does not match the bedrock immediately surrounding Locmariaca, which means the builders identified a specific quarry site and extracted a single long block from it. The quarrying process involved pounding, splitting, and detaching granite using hammerstones made of harder materials, including dolerite. Archaeological surveys have recovered thousands of hammerstones in nearby sites, showing the intensity of labor that went into producing not just this menhir, but many megalithic structures in the region. The granite's toughness required repeated impact, delivered with precision. Neolithic quarry workers produced channel-like depressions along the outline of a desired block, widening the gap by striking along fault lines until the stone separated from the parent rock. The Great Menhir's sheer size implies a remarkably long extraction process, with each stage requiring coordination among dozens of workers. Transporting the monolith from quarry to site presents one of the most challenging questions surrounding this artifact. The Neolithic cultures of Western France did not use wheels or draft animals for heavy transport, so the movement of a block weighing more than 300 tons must have relied on alternative methods. Experiments and comparisons with other megalithic projects suggest possibilities that include dragging the stone on wooden rollers, sliding it over lubricated tracks, or placing it on a bed of wooden beams that could distribute weight. These possibilities are supported by archaeological evidence showing wear patterns on stones and logs at other prehistoric construction sites. Yet no preserved trackway associated directly with the Great Menhir exists. Any reconstruction remains hypothetical and must be labeled speculation. What can be verified is the distance between quarry and final erection point, which confirms that the builders successfully moved the monolith across uneven terrain without losing control of its orientation or structural integrity. The location chosen for the Great Menhir was part of a larger ceremonial complex that included tombs, alignments, and other standing stones. This concentration of monuments suggests that Locmariaque held regional significance during the Neolithic period. Archaeologists date many of the nearby structures to the early to middle 4th millennium BCE. Written years cannot be confirmed for this period because no written records exist, but radiocarbon dating offers approximate chronological anchors. The alignment of several nearby stones was likely intentional, though interpretations of their purpose vary. Some researchers propose orientations connected to lunar or solar cycles, while others suggest that the layout reflects social gatherings, territorial markers, or collective identity. These ideas remain speculative and must be labeled as such. What is factual is the density of megalithic architecture in the region, showing that communities invested substantial labor over generations to create and maintain these monuments. The original shape of the Great Menhir, before its fall, can be reconstructed using the surviving fragments. The pieces correspond to sections of a single tapered monolith that once stood upright. The lowest portion displays a subtly flattened surface that would have fit into a prepared socket in the ground. Archaeologists uncovered traces of such a pit beneath the fragments, confirming how the base was stabilized. The upper fragments show less shaping near the broken ends because the collapse fractured the stone in multiple points. When reassembled in reconstruction models, the monolith would have reached more than 20 meters in length, making it one of the tallest standing stones ever erected in prehistoric Europe. The alignment of the fragments on the landscape today reflects the direction in which the stone collapsed rather than the direction it originally faced. The collapse itself remains a subject of study. The breaks occurred long after the stone's initial erection, but the exact cause has not been fully established. Geological analysis suggests that the fractures correspond to natural weak points in the granite, which may have been stressed by centuries of freeze-thaw cycles, soil movement, or human activity. Some researchers propose that the fall may have been intentional, perhaps connected to changes in ritual practice or social organization. This idea has no direct evidence and must be labeled speculation. The fractures display characteristic shattering patterns consistent with impact force, but it is impossible to determine whether that impact resulted from intentional toppling or natural structural failure. Before its collapse, the Great Menhir likely dominated the surrounding landscape. Its height would have made it visible from a considerable distance, particularly across the coastal plains of Brittany. Visibility appears to have been an important aspect of many megalithic sites, as the placement of standing stones often correlates with lines of sight toward water, valleys, or other monuments. The Locmariaque complex sits near the entrance to the Gulf of Morbihan, an area filled with islands and waterways that created natural routes of movement and communication in prehistoric times. The Menhir's presence at such a location could have served as a landmark for communities traveling along these routes. It may also have formed part of a network of monuments that linked settlements and ceremonial sites across the region. These connections rely on spatial analysis rather than written testimony, so while they present a coherent pattern, they must be interpreted cautiously. Researchers working at Locmariaque uncovered additional monuments that enhance understanding of the area's significance. The Table des Marchands, a large passage tomb with decorated stones inside, lies within the same complex. Some of the decorated slabs inside the tomb appear to have been repurposed from earlier standing stones in the region. This supports the observation that Neolithic builders frequently reused materials from previous monuments, integrating older structures into new projects. One of the slabs inside the Table des Marchands displays carvings resembling axe heads and abstract motifs typical of Atlantic Neolithic art. These patterns, though symbolic in nature, cannot be linked to specific meanings through any surviving tradition. The relationship between the decorated slabs and the Great Menhir remains uncertain, but the proximity of these features shows that the area served as a long-term center of activity. Archaeologists noticed that one decorated slab inside the nearby passage grave corresponds to a fragment of a similar stone found near the Great Menhir. When combined through reconstruction, these two pieces form the carved face of a single standing stone that predated both monuments. This discovery indicates a sequence of construction phases in which earlier standing stones were dismantled and carved slabs inserted into later tombs. The Great Menhir itself shows no carved decoration on surviving surfaces, which makes it different from many nearby stones. Its significance appears to lie in scale and placement rather than symbolic imagery. Understanding why Neolithic communities invested such enormous labor into creating a monolith of this size requires caution. Without written sources, interpretations rely on material patterns. The monumental scale suggests that the communities were capable of mobilizing large groups of people for extended periods. This implies some degree of social organization and shared purpose. The presence of burial monuments, ritual structures, and standing stones throughout the region shows that these builders participated in a cultural tradition emphasizing long-term landscape modification. The Great Menhir stands as one of the most ambitious elements of that tradition, demonstrating technical skill and coordinated labor that required knowledge passed across generations. The granite used for the menhir provides clues about quarrying techniques. Hammerstones found near ancient quarries often display pitted surfaces created by repeated impact. When used to strike granite, each blow removes small flakes of stone, gradually shaping surfaces. This method requires significant time but produces results that remain visible thousands of years later. Tool marks along the menhir fragments confirm this technique. Archaeologists studying the surfaces under varying light conditions observed subtle depressions that indicate where shaping strokes were applied. These marks are consistent with tools and methods identified at other Neolithic sites. Determining how the stone was raised to a vertical position remains challenging. Experiments conducted by researchers and historical reenactment groups attempted to replicate the process using ropes, levers, and earthen ramps. Small-scale successes demonstrate that large stones can be raised without metal tools or animals, but none of the modern experiments match the weight of the Great Menhir. The largest stones raised experimentally fall far below the 300-ton range. This does not prove that Neolithic communities lacked the capability, but it shows that modern reconstructions cannot fully replicate the achievement. The earthen ramp method remains one of the most plausible explanations, supported by traces of similar techniques seen in other sites, though no specific ramp associated with the Great Menhir has survived. Because direct evidence is absent, this method must be labeled speculation. The surrounding landscape provides additional context. Neolithic builders in Brittany frequently constructed alignments, sequences of standing stones organized in rows. The Karnak alignments, located not far from Loch Mariacqua, contain thousands of stones arranged in multiple columns stretching for kilometers. Although separate from the Great Menhir, these alignments reveal a shared cultural approach to landscape design. The decision to erect a single colossal stone at Loch Mariacqua instead of creating a similar alignment suggests a deliberate choice reflecting local priorities or ritual purposes. Archaeologists studying distribution patterns observe that sites with exceptionally large monoliths often appear near burial monuments or at strategic locations overlooking waterways. This correlation suggests that the Great Menhir may have served as a marker for ceremonial gatherings or territorial boundaries. No definitive interpretation exists, and all such suggestions must be considered speculative. The fall of the great Menhir provides insight into the stone's internal structure. When the fragments were studied, researchers noted that the breaks follow natural weaknesses in the granite. These weaknesses could have been present during the stone's extraction, which raises the question of how the builders managed to move and raise such a fragile block without causing it to break. The fact that the stone remained intact long enough to be erected indicates careful handling during transport and installation. Adjustments in movement speed, support placement, and lifting angle would have been essential. The builders clearly understood properties of stone through experience, and they applied that knowledge effectively. With no written instructions surviving, this expertise must have been transmitted orally and through practice. Lochmariaqua's coastal environment influenced the long-term preservation of the fragments. Salt-laden air, moisture, and temperature fluctuations can accelerate the weathering of exposed granite surfaces. The breaks, once exposed, allowed water to infiltrate and further deteriorate the interior. Archaeologists documented lichen growth patterns on the stone, which help estimate how long surfaces have been exposed. These patterns confirm that the fragments have lain in their current positions for many centuries. Oral traditions recorded in medieval times mention large stones in the region, but none provide detailed descriptions that match the great Menhir. Because these traditions developed long after the collapse, they cannot be used as reliable sources for reconstructing the stone's history. The overall size of the great Menhir places it within a select group of prehistoric monoliths that push the limits of what is known about Neolithic engineering. Other large monoliths exist, such as the stones at Stonehenge or the Moai on Rapa Nui, but few match the weight and single-piece construction of the Lochmariaqua stone. The comparison highlights the diversity of prehistoric engineering solutions across cultures. In Brittany, builders favored single gigantic stones, while other regions preferred multiple smaller blocks assembled into structures. The choice to work with a 300-ton monolith required an uncommon level of planning. The engineering challenges included extraction, transport, and stabilization. That all these challenges were met confirms both determination and technical understanding. The decision to commit resources to such a project indicates that the stone carried meaning beyond its physical presence. Archaeologists studying settlement patterns in Brittany note that Neolithic communities in the region were not large urban centers, but dispersed households or small clusters of dwellings. Despite this, they collaborated on large projects. This collaborative capacity suggests social networks that extended across considerable distances. Evidence from pottery styles, tool types, and trade goods supports the presence of interconnected communities. The Great Menhir may have served as a focal point for these networks, though this idea is interpretive and must be labeled speculation. What can be verified is that the monument required cooperation across multiple groups if the workforce was drawn from dispersed settlements. The dimensions of the Great Menhir challenge assumptions about prehistoric limitations. The stone measures significantly more than any typical construction requirement for domestic or agricultural use. This indicates that practical function was not the driving motivation. Instead, the builders were creating something that occupied a symbolic or ritual position. The same tendency appears in other Neolithic sites across Europe, where monumental structures served community identity rather than utilitarian needs. The Lochmariaqua stone fits within this broader cultural pattern. While many Neolithic structures were oriented toward astronomical events, such as solstices or lunar cycles, there is no confirmed astronomical alignment associated with the Great Menhir. Some researchers noted that the stone's original upright position may have directed toward features of the surrounding landscape, but the collapse prevents reconstruction of orientation with certainty. Without clear evidence, any specific astronomical interpretation must be considered speculative. The lack of carved decoration also distinguishes the menhir from some other ritual stones. This absence could reflect a cultural preference for unadorned surfaces or a symbolic emphasis on size and presence rather than imagery. The collapse of the menhir created a landscape feature of its own. The fragments lie arranged in a sequence that visitors have studied for centuries. Antiquarians in earlier periods identified the site as ancient, but misinterpreted the purpose and age due to limited knowledge. Modern archaeological methods, including stratigraphy, radiocarbon dating, and geological analysis, revised earlier assumptions. The current understanding places the erection of the Great Menhir in the early Neolithic period, though precise years cannot be provided. Excavations around the fragments uncovered tools and debris that correspond to known Neolithic material culture, confirming the time frame. Lochmariaquer occupies a place of prominence within Brittany's megalithic tradition. The density of monuments in the region, including the Grand Menhir, the Table des Marchands, and nearby tumuli, shows that communities returned to this landscape repeatedly. Each generation added or modified elements of the ceremonial complex, integrating new features into an existing cultural framework. The Great Menhir represents the most extreme expression of this tradition. Its size set it apart as a singular achievement. Even broken, it continues to shape interpretation of Neolithic engineering. Granite's durability helps preserve information about workmanship. The surfaces of the fragments present a mixture of natural and human-created textures. Some areas retain smoother shapes consistent with deliberate shaping, while others show granular crystalline patterns exposed by fracture. Researchers use portable microscopes and high-resolution imaging to examine these surfaces. Tool marks help identify which stages of shaping were performed at the quarry and which occurred at the site. The distribution of marks suggests that most of the shaping occurred before transport. This indicates that the builders wanted to minimize the weight and awkwardness of the block while moving it. When considering the stone's structural behavior, modern geologists note that a monolith of such size is inherently unstable once raised because granite contains natural veins and inclusions that weaken when exposed to environmental stress. The Neolithic builders created a deep socket to stabilize the base. But even with careful placement, a stone of such height would be vulnerable to long-term weathering. This vulnerability likely contributed to its eventual fall. The collapse, though dramatic, left the fragments in positions that allow archaeologists to reconstruct the original form with confidence. Investigations into the Great Menhir's surroundings revealed that the stone was part of a row of 4 large monoliths. The other stones have also fallen, though they are smaller. The row formed a linear alignment extending across the landscape. The purpose of this alignment is unknown. Some researchers propose a connection to territorial boundaries or processional routes. These ideas remain unconfirmed and must be labeled speculation. What can be verified is that the alignment appears intentional due to the spacing and similarities in quarry source. The Great Menhir was the largest and most prominent of the group. The Great Menhir holds a place in discussions of prehistoric engineering because its weight exceeds many other known monoliths from the Neolithic world. Debates over ancient lifting techniques often reference the Lochmariaquer stone as an example of engineering ambition that surpasses typical expectations. Its existence invites comparisons to other monumental endeavors, though each culture used distinct methods. The Lochmariaquer builders demonstrated expertise in balancing stone mass, friction, and leverage. Even without detailed records, the results of their work continue to inform modern understanding of prehistoric capabilities. Today, the fragments of the Great Menhir rest quietly across the grass, shaped by centuries of exposure and archaeological study. Researchers continue to examine micro-features on the surfaces for insights into quarrying and shaping techniques. Local visitors walk the perimeter, observing how each segment retains traces of the original monolith. The stone's story is preserved not through inscriptions or legends, but through its physical presence and the scientific methods applied to it. Its scale continues to inspire both scholarly interest and public curiosity. Reflecting on the Great Menhir of Grah invites appreciation for a monument whose significance transcends the surviving fragments. The precision with which the stone was quarried, transported, and raised demonstrates a level of organization that reshapes assumptions about Neolithic societies. Every mark on the granite carries evidence of sustained human effort. Although its purpose remains unknown, the monument's influence persists through its enduring impact on archaeology. Observing the stone today offers a moment to appreciate the achievements of early builders whose knowledge shaped the landscape in ways still visible across millennia. The Rudston Monolith rises from the earth with a straightness that seems almost improbable for a stone of its age. Its surface carries the muted hues of gritstone shaped by time, yet the overall form retains a refinement that suggests deliberate finishing. Archaeologists observing the monolith for the first time often comment on its narrow profile, tapering slightly toward the top, which enhances its height and gives it a distinct character compared to other standing stones scattered across Britain. Measurements show that the monolith stands more than 25 feet tall above ground, with additional depth extending below the surface to stabilize its placement. This makes it the tallest known prehistoric standing stone in the region, surpassing other notable monuments by several feet. Its presence dominates the surrounding village of Rudston, a small community situated within a landscape rich with prehistoric earthworks, barrows and linear ditches that point to a long history of human occupation and ritual activity. The gritstone from which the monolith was shaped does not occur naturally in the immediate area. Geological examination confirms that the stone's composition corresponds to rock formations located miles from Rudston, though the precise quarry remains unidentified. This absence of a confirmed quarry source creates one of the most intriguing questions surrounding the monolith. Without a quarry nearby, Neolithic builders must have transported the stone across uneven terrain using technologies known from the period. These technologies did not include wheeled vehicles or draft animals capable of hauling extremely heavy loads. Instead, transport would have relied on human effort supported by wooden rollers, sledges, or lubricated pathways. At this scale, such methods become increasingly difficult to reconstruct with confidence. The stone's surface provides indications of human shaping. Although not decorated with carved motifs like some continental menhirs, its smooth sides and even planes reflect a level of intentional modification. Hammerstone percussion marks, though weathered and difficult to isolate, have been suggested by some researchers. These potential marks align with known Neolithic techniques for working stone, involving repeated impact with harder materials to remove roughness or protrusions. Gritstone's granular structure fractures predictably under sustained percussion, making it a feasible material for large-scale shaping. While the absence of clear tool marks leaves some uncertainty about the extent of deliberate finishing, the symmetry and straightness of the monolith strongly indicate human involvement. The monolith stands directly beside the parish church of Rudston, a building that dates to later centuries. Modern visitors often encounter the stone framed by church architecture, but archaeological investigation reveals that the stone predates all later structures by thousands of years. The decision to construct a church near an existing prehistoric monument reflects a pattern seen elsewhere in Britain, where early medieval communities built religious sites near ancient features. This placement may have been intentional, possibly intended to integrate or supersede earlier cultural landmarks. There is no direct record explaining why the church was built in that location, yet the spatial relationship between the monolith and the church highlights long-term continuity in the significance of the area. Archaeological investigations around Rudston have uncovered an array of prehistoric features that help contextualize the monolith. These include cursus monuments, long linear earthworks often stretching for kilometers, whose function remains debated. The Rudston area contains one of the longest known cursus monuments in Britain. Its alignment intersects the vicinity of the monolith, suggesting a potential connection between the structures. Cursus monuments are typically dated to the Neolithic period, and their construction required substantial communal labor. The scale of these monuments indicates that the local population possessed both the organizational capacity and motivation to undertake large projects, supporting the idea that moving and erecting the monolith would have been within their capabilities. Interpretations of cursus function range from ritual pathways to boundary markers, but none have been confirmed, and any connection to the monolith must be labeled speculation. The sheer mass of the Rudston Monolith cannot be fully determined because the lower section remains buried. However, estimates based on above-ground dimensions suggest several tens of tons at minimum, with some proposals reaching significantly higher weights. Gritstone density provides a reliable basis for calculation, though without full excavation, the exact weight remains uncertain. Regardless of precise tonnage, the stone's size places it among the heaviest objects ever moved by Neolithic communities in Britain. This fact alone underscores the impressive technical skill required to transport and install it. Neolithic Britain lacked written records, which means that interpretations of monuments like the Rudston Monolith rely on material evidence and environmental context. The East Yorkshire landscape includes a combination of rolling hills, river valleys, and open plains. Transporting a monolith across such terrain would require carefully planned routes that avoid steep inclines or unstable ground. Archaeologists studying other monolith transport cases, such as those at Stonehenge, propose that teams of workers used wooden rollers beneath sledges to reduce friction. Lubricants, such as water or animal fats, might have been applied to further ease movement. These possibilities are grounded in experimental archaeology, but remain speculative for Rudston specifically because no transport pathways or associated artifacts have been identified. An intriguing feature near the monolith is the presence of burial mounds and barrows dating from the Bronze Age. These features post-date the monolith by many centuries, yet their proximity suggests that the stone retained significance long after its initial erection. Communities in later periods often reused or appropriated earlier monuments as focal points for ritual or burial practices. Excavations in the area have revealed cremation burials, pottery fragments, and small artifacts consistent with Bronze Age funerary traditions. Although these finds do not relate directly to the monolith's erection, they demonstrate that the stone remained an important landmark for successive cultures. The monolith's shape attracts attention not only for its height but also for its proportions. The stone is notably narrow relative to its height, creating a slender, elegant silhouette. This slenderness, coupled with its vertical alignment, produces an effect that is both dramatic and serene. When viewed from close range, the surface texture appears slightly mottled due to gritstone's natural grain. Subtle color variations across the surface create visual depth, especially where lichens have established patches of growth. Over thousands of years, these organisms have subtly altered the stone's appearance, contributing to a natural patina that reflects the passage of time. Archaeologists examining soil layers around the monolith uncovered evidence of a wide pit that anchors the stone. This pit extends several feet below the modern ground surface, confirming that the stone's visible height represents only part of its total length. The pit's shape shows careful preparation, with sloping sides that would have allowed workers to maneuver the stone into position before backfilling. The engineering required to raise the monolith vertically suggests coordinated effort. Experiments with smaller stones demonstrate that ropes, levers, and earthen ramps could achieve the necessary lifting force. To apply such methods to a stone of this magnitude would require a sizable workforce operating in a structured sequence, though the exact procedure used at Rudston remains unknown. The absence of carvings on the monolith often leads to questions about its intended meaning. Some prehistoric standing stones in Britain and Europe carry motifs such as spirals, axes, or anthropomorphic figures. The Rudston Monolith, by contrast, bears no confirmed carvings. Its surface has been examined repeatedly, including under raking light and with modern imaging techniques, yet no clearly identifiable symbols have emerged. This lack of decoration may reflect a cultural preference for unadorned forms or may signal a purpose distinct from ornamented stones found elsewhere. Without carvings to guide interpretation, the monolith's significance relies on its size, location, and relationships within the broader prehistoric landscape. The positioning of the Rudston Monolith is noteworthy because the surrounding landforms create a natural amphitheater-like setting. The nearby Gypsy Race stream, which flows intermittently depending on groundwater levels, has shaped local topography for millennia. Archaeologists have traced connections between the stream and prehistoric sites along its course, suggesting that the waterway may have held ritual significance. Some researchers propose that the monolith's placement relates to this landscape feature, though this remains interpretive and must be labeled speculation. The stone's presence at a confluence of natural and human-made features reinforces the idea that its location was chosen deliberately. Historical records from medieval periods briefly mention the stone, usually referring to it as a curiosity or landmark. These references provide little insight because they reflect interpretations formed long after the monolith was erected. Medieval writers often attempted to connect ancient monuments to events from biblical or classical traditions, which cannot be used as reliable sources for Neolithic practices. The absence of early textual evidence leaves the monolith's original purpose unresolved. Excavations in the wider Rudston area uncovered remains from multiple prehistoric phases, including Neolithic long barrows, Iron Age settlements, and Roman-era activity. These layers of occupation show that the area around the monolith remained a focal point throughout prehistoric and historic periods. The Cursus monuments, in particular, represent large-scale planning whose function continues to be debated. Radiocarbon dating places their construction in the 4th millennium BCE. Their alignment and interaction with the monolith highlight a complex ceremonial landscape whose behavior patterns cannot be fully reconstructed. In examining the Rudston monolith's physical features, researchers pay close attention to its grain structure. Gritstone consists of compacted sand grains cemented together by silica or other minerals. This structure gives the stone both strength and a tendency to fracture along planes. The absence of major cracks running down the monolith suggests that the builders selected a piece with a sound internal composition. Such selection requires understanding stone behavior during quarrying, splitting, and shaping. Even though direct quarry evidence has not been identified, the monolith's integrity implies that an experienced workforce carried out the extraction. Transporting the stone across East Yorkshire's terrain would require overcoming several practical challenges. The area includes combinations of marshy ground, dry ridges, and shifting soils. Moving a heavy load across marshy areas risks sinking or immobilization. Thus, a route avoiding soft ground would be necessary. Because no preserved track remains, these considerations can only be inferred. Experiments conducted elsewhere demonstrate that teams using wooden rollers can move stones weighing tens of tons over short distances, though friction and terrain greatly affect results. Scaling these experiments to the Rudston monolith highlights the challenge of achieving the necessary traction and coordination. One of the most striking aspects of the monolith is how effectively it dominates the local skyline, despite being isolated rather than part of a larger arrangement. Other prehistoric sites, such as Avebury or Brodgar, rely on circular formations of stones. Rudston's monument stands alone, which increases its visual impact. Its solitary form raises questions about whether other stones once accompanied it. No direct evidence supports the existence of additional monoliths of similar size in the immediate area. Isolated standing stones do appear across Britain, and some are attributed to marker functions or territorial significance, though interpretations vary and must be treated as speculative. Lichen studies on the monolith provide insight into biological growth patterns over long timescales. Different lichen species grow at different rates, and their distribution on the stone helps researchers understand both environmental exposure and weathering processes. Some lichens can penetrate microfractures within gritstone, gradually contributing to surface alteration. These biological interactions become part of the stone's long-term history. Modern conservation efforts focus on monitoring the monolith's stability. Because the stone is deeply embedded within its pit, it shows no signs of immediate structural threat. Weathering continues to act on the surface, though gritstone's durability helps slow deterioration. Periodic surveys ensure that ground conditions remain stable. The stone's height makes it susceptible to wind stress, yet the buried portion provides sufficient counterweight to maintain vertical alignment under typical environmental conditions. While the monolith itself yields no inscriptions or datable materials, associated features aid chronological placement. The nearby Cursus monuments have undergone radiocarbon dating that situates them within the Neolithic era. Because the monolith stands within the same landscape system and shows technological similarities to other Neolithic megaliths, researchers confidently attribute it to the same broad time frame. Without datable organic material directly beneath the stone, the exact year or century cannot be confirmed. Long-term human interaction with the monolith adds another layer to its story. In later periods, the stone served as a local landmark referenced in charters and boundary descriptions. These references confirm that the monolith's presence influenced land organization. Its endurance across cultural transitions, from prehistoric ritual landscapes to medieval Christian villages, demonstrates how monumental structures can shape human settlement patterns far beyond their original context. The monolith's texture reflects thousands of years of environmental exposure. Rain, wind, and temperature shifts contribute to slow erosion. Gritstone's granular structure causes surface particles to detach gradually. Despite this, the stone's overall form has remained consistent. Researchers examining weathering rates estimate that significant loss of material takes place over millennia rather than centuries. This slow pace preserves the stone's silhouette, allowing modern observers to experience a form remarkably similar to what Neolithic builders erected. Some early antiquarians proposed that the monolith marked a burial site or acted as a grave marker. Excavations around its base found no direct evidence of human remains from the period of erection. Later burials nearby belong to different phases of occupation and cannot be connected to the stone's origin. Without tangible links to funerary activity, interpretations associating the monolith with burial practices must be labeled speculative. Further complexity arises from the possibility that the monolith once functioned as part of a broader ceremonial route or procession. The proximity of the Cursus monuments offers a plausible framework for such interpretations. Long linear earthworks often suggest controlled movement of people. If the monolith represented a focal endpoint or transitional marker, this would align with patterns observed at other ceremonial centers. Yet with no inscriptions, direct pathways, or corroborating artifacts, this idea remains hypothetical. The question of why the builders selected gritstone rather than local chalk is intriguing. Chalk dominates much of East Yorkshire's geology and is comparatively easy to carve. Gritstone, by contrast, is far harder and heavier. Selecting gritstone would increase the difficulty of quarrying, shaping, and transport. Such a choice suggests that the builders sought a material of particular durability or symbolic importance. Because cultural meanings associated with stone types are not recorded, this must be considered interpretive. Archaeologists have analyzed pollen samples from sediment layers around Rudston to reconstruct environmental conditions during the Neolithic period. These samples show mixed woodland interspersed with open areas, indicating that the landscape was neither fully forested nor entirely cleared. This mosaic environment would influence the routes available for transporting a monolith. Clearing pathways through woodland requires additional labor, though Neolithic communities possessed tools for felling trees. Integrating environmental reconstruction with monument placement helps build a broader picture of the ancient setting. The upper portion of the monolith displays a slight tilting of the surface, which may reflect natural weathering rather than the original shape. Some gritstone blocks include embedded pebbles or pockets of softer material that erode faster than surrounding grains. This differential erosion can produce shallow depressions or unevenness. Researchers studying these features attempt to distinguish between original shaping and later alteration. While some aspects of the monolith's surface appear intentionally smoothed, others clearly result from long-term exposure. The Rudston Monolith's height creates a unique interaction with sunlight throughout the day. Although no confirmed astronomical alignment exists, the play of light and shadow across the surface changes as the sun moves. This interaction would occur regardless of intended function, yet it adds visual dynamism that strengthens the stone's presence in its environment. Neolithic builders may have been aware of these effects, though this cannot be verified. In considering the stone's original purpose, modern researchers often turn to comparisons with other large monoliths. Some were erected to mark significant places in the landscape, others to serve as focal points for gatherings, and still others to commemorate events or boundaries. Without inscriptions or accompanying artifacts, no single explanation can be confirmed for Rudston. Any interpretation that assigns specific meaning must be labeled speculation. Today, the monolith remains an anchor for understanding the scale and ambition of Neolithic engineering. It reveals a community capable of selecting stone from distant sources, shaping it with deliberate intention, and transporting it across challenging terrain. Its survival offers a direct connection to a period when monumental construction served purposes that extended beyond daily needs, reflecting cultural values expressed through landscape transformation. The long-standing presence of the Rudston Monolith ties together archaeological phases that span thousands of years. Its upright form, unchanged in overall shape since prehistoric times, provides a rare continuity in a landscape otherwise transformed by agriculture, settlement, and architectural development. Observing it today brings attention to the remarkable achievements of early builders who invested immense effort into creating a marker that would stand long after their own lives had passed. The two enormous figures known today as the Colossi of Memnon stand with a stillness that expresses the weight of both stone and history. Rising more than 60 feet from their bases and carved from quartzite blocks that each weighed well over 700 tons before erosion altered their exact mass, these statues preserve the presence of a structure no longer visible. They remain aligned with the former entrance of the mortuary temple of Amenhotep III, a complex once considered one of the largest built during the 18th dynasty. Even though the temple itself disappeared through floods, stone robbing, and gradual decay, the statues continued to mark its position with a clarity that no surviving inscription fully explains. Their scale, material, and distance from the quarry source create a unique lens through which ancient Egyptian logistics and artistry can be examined. Egyptian quartzite is a sedimentary rock transformed by heat and pressure into a material far harder than typical sandstone. The blocks used for the Colossi were quarried at Gebel el Ahmar, an area near modern Cairo that supplied stone for numerous royal projects. Geological studies confirm that the composition of the statues matches stone from that quarry. This means that ancient workers extracted blocks of extraordinary size, shaped them enough for transport, and then moved them more than 400 miles upriver to Thebes. The route would have followed the Nile, which has served as Egypt's primary transportation corridor since prehistoric times. Although the Nile provided a practical pathway for heavy loads, transporting blocks weighing hundreds of tons still required immense organization. No surviving papyri describe the methods used specifically for the Colossi, and many details remain open to interpretation. The statues represent Amenhotep III seated on a throne, hands resting on his knees, wearing the Nemes headdress associated with kingship. Remnants of sculpted figures carved around his legs depict his mother and wife at smaller scales, a common artistic convention in Egyptian royal statuary. Although centuries of weathering have softened details on the surfaces, enough carved elements remain for archaeologists to identify stylistic characteristics typical of the king's reign. The faces, once more sharply defined, now show deepening cracks produced by temperature fluctuations, seismic activity, and granulation of the quartzite surface, yet the underlying craftsmanship still communicates intentional form. During the Roman period, travelers described one of the statues producing a sound at dawn, a phenomenon attributed to cracks within the stone that expanded with the first warmth of the sun. Ancient authors connected this sound to the Greek hero Memnon, who was believed to greet his mother Eos with a cry each morning. The name Colossi of Memnon stems from these accounts. Later repairs carried out in the reign of Septimius Severus altered the acoustic properties of the damaged statue, and reports of the sound stopped. The connection between the statues and the Memnon myth belongs to later interpretation rather than the statue's original purpose. Traces of inscriptions added by Greek and Roman visitors remain carved into the surface of the northern statue. These inscriptions document visits by travelers, soldiers, and officials who recorded their presence at the site. They do not provide information about the original construction, but they contribute to the long cultural history attached to the statues. The granite-like hardness of quartzite allowed these inscriptions to survive even when exposure eroded earlier details. One of the most impressive aspects of the Colossi lies in their monolithic construction. Each statue consists of a single block for the upper portion, though the bases and thrones contain additional stone. This means that the essential sculpted figure, head, torso, arms, and upper body, was shaped from one massive block. This differs from many other ancient Egyptian statues, which were carved from multiple pieces fitted together. Examination with modern imaging technology reveals no internal joints or hidden seams within the main monoliths. This confirms that the builders selected unusually large pieces of stone at the quarry and committed to shaping them with precision. Quarrying quartzite requires techniques adapted to its hardness. Workers used dolerite hammerstones to strike along natural bedding planes and split the rock. Archaeologists have found dolerite pounders at Gebel el Ahmar that weigh several kilograms, bearing impact marks consistent with repeated use. To detach a block, workers likely created grooves along the intended outline, then delivered sustained impacts to separate it from the surrounding matrix. Shaping such a massive block into a seated figure required removing many tons of material, a process involving coordinated labor and tools capable of withstanding durable stone. The transportation of the blocks from Gebel el Ahmar to Thebes remains one of the most challenging aspects to understand. Modern experiments involving large stone blocks demonstrate that floating loads of several hundred tons is technically possible with large barges or multiple linked vessels. The Egyptians possessed boat-building skills sufficient to construct large barges, as shown by surviving remains of other ancient vessels. Reliefs from different periods depict the transport of obelisks and statues by river, providing indirect evidence for methods used in moving heavy stone. However, no surviving depiction specifically illustrates the journey of the Colossi, leaving detailed logistics uncertain. Scholars suggest that the blocks were moved during the flood season when the river expanded, making navigation easier. This idea is grounded in known patterns of Nile behavior but must still be labeled speculative. Upon arrival at Thebes, the blocks would have been hauled to the construction site using sledges dragged over prepared surfaces. Archaeological discoveries of sledges, such as the one depicted in the tomb of Jehuti-Hotep, show teams of workers pulling large statues over lubricated ground. Water poured in front of the sledge reduces friction, as confirmed by experimental archaeology. Although the statue depicted in that scene is smaller than the Colossi monoliths, the method demonstrates that Egyptians understood practical techniques for moving heavy objects on land. The mortuary temple of Amenhotep III, once extending over many acres, used the Colossi as monumental guardians of its entrance. Excavations reveal that the temple complex included open courts, colonnades, and decorated halls. Unfortunately, much of the temple's structure was built on flood-prone ground. Over the centuries, repeated inundation from the shifting Nile caused mudbrick and sandstone elements to dissolve or collapse. Later builders quarried remaining stone for use in new construction. By the time Greek writers visited the area, most of the temple had already vanished. The Colossi, made of far more durable quartzite, survived even when the rest of the structure disappeared. The surfaces of the statues show complex weathering processes. Quartzite, though resistant to erosion, can develop cracks under thermal stress, especially in desert environments where temperature swings from day to night are significant. Wind-driven sand further abrades exposed surfaces. Seismic activity around the Theban region may have contributed to structural fractures, as the area experienced significant earthquakes in historical periods. One such event may have caused damage to the northern statue, opening cracks that later produced the acoustic phenomenon reported by visitors. Archaeological investigation of the site surrounding the Colossi provides insight into the environment of the ancient temple. Excavations uncovered fragments of statues, columns, and reliefs associated with the original structure. Many of these pieces exhibit artistic styles characteristic of Amenhotep III's reign, known for a flourishing of craftsmanship and large-scale building projects. The king commissioned numerous temples, statues, and architectural enhancements across Egypt, reflecting both political stability and economic resources during his rule. The Colossi represent one of the most extreme expressions of this prosperity. The iconographic program of the statues highlights royal power. The seated posture conveys authority, while the proportions emphasize the king's divine status. Egyptian art often used such symbolism to communicate the ruler's role as intermediary between gods and people. Although time has worn away many finer details, traces of inscriptions remain on portions of the thrones. These inscriptions include names and titles of the king, though they are fragmentary. Preservation varies because quartzite resists erosion, but can develop granular disintegration under prolonged environmental exposure. Studies of the stone reveal mineral patterns that align with known geological layers at Gebel el-Ahmar. These correlations confirm long-distance transport without the need for speculative alternative quarry sources. Microscopic analysis shows quartz grains cemented by silica, forming a strong interlocking structure. This composition helps explain why the statues resisted erosion for thousands of years, though it also presented difficulties for sculptors using copper and stone tools. Carving quartzite required repeated blows with heavy dolerite pounders, producing hammer marks that have partially survived in rougher surface areas. The roles of artisans and laborers involved in shaping the statues remain subjects of study. Workshops in ancient Egypt were organized hierarchically, with master sculptors overseeing apprentices and teams of workers. Complex projects like the Colossi likely involved collaboration among multiple specialists, including quarry masters, sculptors, overseers, and transport coordinators. Although no records list the individuals involved in this specific project, documents from other periods describe similar workforce structures, providing a reasonable framework for understanding how labor was managed. This interpretation is grounded in known administrative practices. The seated form of the statues aligns with Egyptian conventions for temple guardians. Many temple entrances featured large seated figures representing the king, although most were smaller than the Colossi. The decision to create two statues of such enormous scale may reflect the importance of Amenhotep III's mortuary cult. His reign saw the celebration of multiple royal jubilees, known as Sed festivals, which emphasized renewal and divine kingship. Monumental artwork supported the ceremonial framework honoring the king's achievements. Excavations at the temple site revealed that the Colossi once stood within a large courtyard. Their bases include inscriptions and reliefs representing bound captives, symbolic of the king's dominion. These carved elements follow artistic conventions common throughout the New Kingdom. Although the temple's plan cannot be fully reconstructed, the alignment of surviving fragments suggests that the statues flanked a monumental gateway. The layout mirrored patterns observed at other mortuary temples in Thebes, though on a far grander scale. During the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, the significance of the site evolved. Travelers documented the singing statue phenomenon and carved graffiti onto the northern figure. These inscriptions, written in Greek and Latin, identify individuals who traveled far from their homelands to visit Egypt's monuments. Some inscriptions mention official delegations or military assignments. Although these texts do not describe the original construction, they enrich understanding of how the statues functioned as landmarks across eras. Modern restoration efforts have aimed to preserve the statues without altering their essential structure. Cracks and fractures are monitored to assess stability. Small repairs address areas where erosion threatens to detach stone fragments. Preservation must balance intervention with maintaining historical authenticity. Teams working on the site use non-invasive techniques such as laser scanning and structural analysis to guide decisions. The scale of the Colossi invites comparisons with other ancient monoliths. Though each example reflects specific cultural and material choices, Egyptian obelisks, while large, typically weigh far less than the monolithic portions of the Colossi. Other cultures erected single blocks of dramatic size, such as the monolith at Baalbek, but Egyptian examples represent sustained engagement with large-scale stoneworking. The Colossi occupy a unique position within this tradition, combining massive scale with detailed sculptural form. Flood patterns on the west bank of the Nile shaped the long-term survival of the statues. The area periodically experienced rising water levels that deposited silt and altered ground stability. Because the mortuary temple was built close to the floodplain's edge, vulnerable sections deteriorated over time. The quartzite colossi stood on more stable foundations, which helped them resist the effects of water damage. Archaeologists have identified layers of silt around the site that correspond to ancient flood events, confirming the environmental challenges faced by structures built in the area. The statues have inspired both scholarly and popular attention for centuries. Early travelers created sketches showing the statues rising from the plain with the ruins of ancient Thebes in the background. These images help document changes in the statue's appearance over time. Photography from the 19th century shows additional surface damage compared to earlier periods. Continued monitoring allows researchers to track ongoing weathering. The absence of inscriptions that explicitly describe the transportation or sculpting of the colossi means that many logistical questions remain unanswered. Scholars rely on indirect evidence from other building projects, such as temple reliefs depicting stone transport or writings describing construction of obelisks. Even with these parallels, the extreme weight of the colossi blocks presents a unique challenge. Some researchers propose that lifting devices such as wooden levers and earthen ramps were used to position the statues upright. Although these methods are feasible in principle, their application at this scale remains speculative. Egypt's long history of monumental construction demonstrates that ancient engineers possessed both the skill and the organizational structure to manage large projects. The construction of pyramids, temples, and obelisks required coordination among administrators, workers, and craftsmen. Records such as those found at Deir el-Medina describe the daily life of workers and show how labor teams were organized. Although these records come from different periods, they help frame a general understanding of how large-scale labor was structured in ancient Egyptian society. Each colossus presents anatomical features stylized according to Egyptian norms. Proportions emphasize the king's idealized form, with broad shoulders, straight posture, and serene facial expression. Although erosion has damaged the facial features, fragments preserve the outline of the nose and portions of the mouth. Carved indicators of the king's regalia, such as the Nem's headdress and ceremonial beard, remain partially visible. These elements align with artistic conventions that conveyed royal identity and divine authority. Earthquakes documented in later periods caused damage to many structures in Thebes. Evidence suggests that the northern statue suffered significant cracking from one such event, possibly during the early centuries CE. These cracks may explain the acoustic phenomenon noted by Greek and Roman writers. When heating and cooling cycles acted upon the damaged stone, expansion and contraction could produce vibrations or sounds. This interpretation is supported by modern observations of similar phenomena in fractured rocks, but remains an inference rather than a directly documented explanation. The bases of the statues include imagery representing the unification of Egypt and the king's strength over foreign lands. Although many details have eroded, some carved motifs remain identifiable. These visual programs often accompanied monumental royal statues, reinforcing messages of authority and stability. The presence of such motifs helps confirm the statue's original context within the mortuary temple. Archaeological exploration around the site continues to uncover artifacts that help refine understanding of the area. Pottery fragments, foundation deposits, and remnants of smaller statues contribute to a broader picture of the temple complex. These finds reveal stylistic links with other constructions from Amenhotep III's reign. The king's architectural legacy includes the Luxor Temple, the third pylon at Karnak, and numerous statues placed throughout Egypt and beyond. The Colossi represent one of his most ambitious undertakings. Modern imaging techniques have revealed internal features within the quartzite that reflect natural geological patterns rather than human alteration. These features confirm the monolithic nature of the statues. Geological inclusions and veins visible within the stone correspond to formations at Gebel el-Ahmar. This continuity strengthens the identification of the quarry source. Although the temple around the Colossi disappeared, its significance is evident from historical descriptions. Ancient writers described the temple as having grand halls and vast open spaces. Excavations note that the complex extended across an exceptionally wide area. During Amenhotep III's reign, the temple was associated with rituals connected to the king's mortuary cult. These rituals involved offerings, processions, and observances meant to honor the deceased ruler. The statues continue to shape the landscape of the West Bank of Thebes. Visitors encounter them standing amid cultivated fields and archaeological remains. Their height and mass remain striking even in modern settings. The passing of time transformed them from active guardians of a functioning temple into monuments that represent both the achievements and the mysteries of ancient engineering. Observing the Colossi today offers an opportunity to appreciate the ambition required to create them. Their presence reflects coordinated quarrying, sculpting, transportation, and installation, carried out without advanced machinery. Each stage of the process required practical knowledge developed over generations. The result is a pair of monolithic statues that stood through political changes, environmental shifts, and evolving cultural interpretations. Their survival, despite the loss of the temple they once guarded, provides a rare continuity linking the present to ancient Thebes. The quartzite surfaces carry marks of tools, weather, and time, creating a dialogue between craftsmanship and natural forces. The Colossi preserve the essence of a vanished structure and continue to frame open space with a sense of scale that remains unmatched in much of ancient Egyptian sculpture. Weight presses through the history of Copán in many forms, yet none present that mass with the same deliberate clarity as the stone block known as altar Q. Its presence feels tightened by intent rather than chance. Four sides meet at sharply defined angles, as though the builders insisted that each plane serve a purpose larger than decoration. The block's rectangular form contrasts with the uneven contours of many other Maya monuments, and this contrast highlights qualities that long attracted archaeological attention. Volcanic tuff, the material from which the altar was carved, carries a density that resists shaping. Even so, artisans transformed that density into a surface capable of holding glyphs and portraits with a crispness that still commands attention. This transformation required tools and techniques refined through generations of trial, error, and practical mastery. The setting of Copán offered more than aesthetic inspiration. Situated in the western portion of the Maya region, the city occupied a valley with access to volcanic stone deposits shaped by earlier geological events. The tuff used for altar Q derives from compacted volcanic ash that hardened into a durable, fine-grained substance capable of retaining extremely detailed relief work. Archaeological studies of stone matrices around Copán confirm that local quarries provided material for many monuments in the site's core. Although no tools associated directly with the creation of altar Q have been found, other excavated tools from Copán demonstrate the capabilities of Maya craftsmen, chert and obsidian blades. Hammerstones with percussion marks and finishing stones used for smoothing surfaces were all part of their repertoire. These tools enabled artisans to create images and texts that conveyed political messages through carefully controlled form. Altar Q displays a sequence of 24 rulers, each seated, each represented with regalia and posture corresponding to their position within the dynastic lineage. This orderly arrangement compresses centuries of rulership into a single, uninterrupted circuit that wraps around the block. Every depiction includes identifying glyphs carved with depth and clarity. These glyphs are not superficial markings but deep incisions cut into the stone with confidence. Volcanic tuff does not yield easily to such work. Each character required controlled percussion, not sweeping strokes. The carvers shaped glyphic curves using repeated short incisions, creating internal shadow lines that enhance visibility even in diffuse light. The sequence begins with the founding ruler, Kinich Yaks Kuk Mo, whose historical presence is confirmed through inscriptions elsewhere at Copán. His iconography establishes him as the central ancestral figure. From that point, the line proceeds through each successor until it reaches Yaxpasaj-Chan-Yopat, the ruler responsible for commissioning the altar. The final ruler kneels before the founding ruler in a scene that draws the entire genealogical line into a symbolic loop. This gesture expresses the legitimacy of Yaxpasaj's reign by presenting it as the continuation and culmination of a dynasty deeply rooted in Copán's political identity. Epigraphers studying these scenes use them as primary data for reconstructing the sequence of kings, their names, and the relationships between them. The surface of the stone remains remarkably consistent across all four faces. Unlike monuments carved from limestone, which can erode unevenly due to differential hardness, volcanic tuff from Copán maintains its surface integrity over long spans of time. This contributes to the unusually crisp preservation of the glyphs. In areas where erosion has softened the incisions, analysts can still identify the glyphic structure through subtle curves and remaining depressions. The altar's well-defined edges help researchers orient each figure in relation to others, which is crucial for understanding the placement of captions and scene elements. Volcanic tuff's capacity to hold detail stems from its microstructure. When volcanic ash cools rapidly, it forms a fine matrix that lacks large inclusions. This uniformity allows for carving that follows predictable fracture lines. However, tuff's durability varies greatly from one deposit to another. The tuff used for altar Q reflects a high-quality deposit with minimal voids or fractures. Carvers could work it with precision, but the hardness required repeated force applied with carefully chosen tools. The altar's placement relates directly to structure 10L, a building with strong dynastic associations. Excavations reveal that this structure served as a focal point for ceremonies connected to rulership. Stairways, terraces, and plazas surrounding it provided spaces for gatherings and rituals. The altar's position suggests that it functioned as a historical marker within these ceremonial activities. Its carvings would have been visible to participants moving through the space, reinforcing the authority of the ruling lineage. The final ruler's decision to commission the altar reflects a period during which Copán faced external pressures, presenting an unbroken line of predecessors served to anchor authority through ancestry. The process of producing altar Q required not only carving skill, but also architectural planning. Its right angles and precise planes imply the use of measuring tools such as chords, straight edges, or sighting devices. Maya builders employed these tools in the construction of buildings, and similar methods likely applied to shaping the altar. Achieving consistent angles on a block of dense stone requires careful layout before carving, because errors in measurement would disrupt the intended arrangement of glyphs. The layout seen on the altar demonstrates geometric order that Maya architects often applied to their constructions. The dynastic sequence represented on altar Q mirrors patterns found in inscriptions throughout Copán. The city's monuments provide extensive information about political events, alliances, wars, and ritual observances. Altar Q consolidates this information into a single narrative. Rather than showing a series of battles or ceremonies, it focuses on rulership succession. This emphasis aligns with the Maya tendency to legitimize authority through ancestry. The altar's form supports this intent by presenting the sequence without interruption, shaping the viewer's understanding of continuity. Although the altar itself is rectangular, the figures carved on it occupy varying positions relative to the edges. Some figures sit near corners, creating transitions between faces. These transitions required the sculptors to manage perspective and composition across three-dimensional surfaces. Maya stone carvers embodied an advanced understanding of spatial arrangement, enabling them to carve images that remain coherent when viewed from multiple angles. The corners of altar Q present some of the most technically challenging carving, as glyphs wrap around edges without distortion. Inscriptions on the altar include calendrical information that corresponds to events associated with specific rulers. These dates align with the long count system used throughout the Maya region. Because the Maya recorded dates with precision, scholars can convert them into corresponding values in the Western calendar system. This precision provides firm chronological anchors for understanding the timeline of Copán's political development. The altar's inscriptions contribute to correlating the sequence of rulers with major architectural projects at the site. Archaeological study of Altar Q draws upon methods such as photogrammetry, microscopic analysis of tool marks, and lithic sourcing. These methods help researchers reconstruct the carving process. Tool marks on the altar exhibit characteristics typical of chert or obsidian tools used with percussion. The directionality of marks in different areas shows that carvers approached the surfaces systematically, working from central details outward to edges. This method reduces the risk of accidental chipping on completed portions. Although erosion obscures some details, enough evidence remains to reconstruct aspects of tool use. Volcanic tuff's hardness requires not only careful carving but also careful extraction. Quarry sites near Copán show evidence of block removal through splitting techniques. Workers created trenches around desired blocks, then drove wooden wedges into natural seams. Moisture caused the wedges to expand, gradually increasing pressure until the stones separated. After extraction, workers trimmed the block using hammerstones. Achieving the precise rectangular form of Altar Q likely involved repetitive trimming and smoothing. These preparatory steps ensured that the carvers faced consistent surfaces before beginning the glyphic work. Transporting a block of this mass would involve cooperation among teams of workers. Maya builders moved heavy stones using wooden rollers, ropes, and earthen ramps. Although no record describes the specific method used for Altar Q, similar techniques are documented at other sites. The stone's final placement required coordination between sculptors and architects, ensuring that the altar aligned correctly with surrounding structures. The evenness of the base suggests that preparatory leveling took place before the block was set in place. The faces of Altar Q depict rulers wearing headdresses adorned with symbols representing their roles. These symbols include glyphic elements associated with deities, lineage, and power. For example, some headdresses include motifs representing the Teotihuacan influence that reached Copán during its early dynastic period. Others show elements associated with local patron deities. These features help researchers trace cultural interactions and political affiliations. Glyphic captions accompany each figure, identifying rulers by name. Some captions include additional information such as parentage or ceremonial titles. Maya hieroglyphic writing combines logographic and syllabic elements, allowing for flexibility in expression. The clarity with which these glyphs appear on Altar Q demonstrates the skill of the scribes who designed the layout. Carvers translated these designs into stone with fidelity to the scribe's intentions. Altar Q's inscriptions speak to historical continuity, but they also reveal political tensions. The final ruler, Yaks Passage Chan Yopat, inherited a kingdom that faced challenges from neighboring regions. Presenting himself at the end of a long dynastic line framed his authority in terms of lineage. This strategy appears in other Maya cities, though the format on Altar Q is distinctive. Its unified visual program integrates image and text in a way that reinforces the message beyond the individual glyphs. Volcanic tuff's fine grain plays a role in the way light interacts with carved surfaces. Deep incisions cast internal shadows that increase legibility even when external lighting is diffuse. This quality ensures that glyphs remain readable without requiring direct illumination. The carving depth on Altar Q varies slightly across the surface, reflecting both artistic intent and material response. In some sections, glyphs penetrate deeply into the stone, while in others, details are more subtle. These variations help archaeologists understand which areas experienced more weathering. The altar's preservation owes much to the protective structures built around it during modern conservation efforts. Coverings prevent rainwater from pooling on its upper surface, a factor that could accelerate erosion. Archaeologists document its surface condition regularly, tracking changes over time. These records help inform interventions that prevent further deterioration. Although volcanic tuff is more resistant than limestone, it remains vulnerable to microfracturing caused by moisture and temperature changes. The line of rulers depicted on altar Q provides not only names and images, but also insights into how the Maya conceptualized political authority, rulership, depended on ancestral claims, ceremonial power, and integration with religious structures. The altar embodies these connections through its visual language. The depiction of lineage on a single monument signals the importance of continuity in maintaining authority. While each ruler held distinct responsibilities, their representation on altar Q emphasizes unity. Carving a monument of such density requires managing the physical properties of volcanic tuff. Carvers worked with its compressive strength in mind, avoiding forceful blows that could produce unintended cracks. Instead, they applied controlled impacts that gradually shaped surfaces. The durability of the glyphs suggests that the sculptors selected tools with hardness appropriate for the task. Chert blades can maintain sharp edges, capable of cutting tough when applied with pressure, while hammerstones of volcanic origin can withstand repeated impact without shattering. The distribution of carved figures across the altar's four sides suggests a reading order based on turning the entire block rather than reading a single face. This design implies a ceremonial interaction in which viewers circled the monument, absorbing the sequence as a continuous narrative. Such interaction reflects the Maya conception of time as cyclical rather than linear. The arrangement also underscores the altar's role in conveying the unbroken nature of the dynasty. Excavations around the altar uncovered fragments of stucco and other architectural materials. These remains indicate that the altar once stood in a setting that included decorative elements. The surrounding architecture integrated carved stone, painted stucco, and wooden structural components. Although much of this environment has not survived, archaeological evidence provides sufficient detail to reconstruct aspects of the ceremonial setting. The dynastic history represented on altar Q includes periods of expansion, conflict, and restructuring. Inscriptions elsewhere at Copán reveal alliances with neighboring polities, interactions with Teotihuacan, and periods of architectural growth. Each ruler depicted contributed to the shaping of the city's monumental core. By placing these rulers in a single visual sequence, the altar compresses centuries into a tangible record. The process of carving faces and glyphs into volcanic tuff required removing stone in controlled layers. Carvers established outlines first, then deepened them gradually. This method minimizes the risk of chipping into adjacent areas. Tool marks visible under magnification confirm these techniques. In places, curved chiseling reflects the use of obsidian blades, while broader depressions indicate hammerstone percussion. The precision of these marks contributes to the altar's continuing legibility. Altar Q's importance extends beyond its artistic value. It serves as a primary source for reconstructing Copán's political chronology. Each ruler included in the sequence played a role in the city's development. Archaeologists use the altar's information to correlate architectural phases with specific reigns. For example, certain building expansions correspond to dates associated with particular rulers named on the altar. This correlation helps situate Copán's architectural changes within broader regional patterns. Volcanic tuff's durability ensures that the altar's surfaces maintain their geometric clarity. The edges remain remarkably straight despite centuries of exposure. This precision contributes to the altar's engineered appearance. While many Maya monuments incorporate organic curves and irregular outlines, altar Q's rectilinear form distinguishes it as a piece with architectural intentionality. The evenness of the planes suggests that carvers used straight edges or other guiding tools. Copán's location in the mountainous region of western Honduras positioned it at the intersection of trade routes. This facilitated access to materials such as obsidian, jade, and other exotic goods. The artisans who carved altar Q likely worked within a broader economic network that provided high-quality tools and resources. Obsidian from regions such as Ixtepeque appears at Copán in abundance, demonstrating trade connections that supported craftspeople. The genealogical emphasis of altar Q echoes themes found in other Maya texts. yet its compact format and clarity make it particularly valuable. The altar's images serve as both historical record and political symbol. The portrayal of rulers in seated poses conveys authority, composure, and ritual presence. These poses align with conventions seen in stele and murals throughout the Maya region. Weathering on the altar's surface varies according to exposure. Areas shielded by architectural features preserved more detail, while exposed faces lost some fine lines. Conservation efforts stabilize the remaining details. The altar's placement within a protected area helps mitigate further erosion, but daily environmental fluctuations still affect its condition. Interpretations of altar Q rely on cross-referencing inscriptions with archaeological evidence. The rulers depicted on the block appear in numerous texts across Copán, including stelae and building dedications. These correlations confirm the accuracy of the altar's sequence. The inclusion of both early and late rulers bridges the city's formative period and its decline. Volcanic tuff provides a thick canvas on which narrative can unfold. Carvers exploited this property by cutting deeply into the stone. The result is a monument whose details remain visible even when surface erosion softens edges. This resilience contributes to its long-term value as a historical source. The altar stands as an intersection of engineering, art, and politics. Its rectangular precision reflects architectural influence. Its carvings reflect artistic mastery. Its inscriptions reflect dynastic intention. Together, these elements create an artifact whose significance extends beyond its immediate setting. Observing it allows insight into the coordination required to produce monumental works at Copán. Modern study continues to refine understanding of the altar. Detailed scans capture exact surface conditions. These scans help track changes and identify areas vulnerable to erosion. Scholars use digital models to analyze carving techniques and glyph arrangement. Such analysis deepens appreciation for the methods used by ancient craftsmen. The block's weight requires stable ground and careful placement. Archaeologists examining its base note compacted soil and stone packing that distribute its mass evenly. This foundation prevents tilting and protects the carvings from structural stress. The stability reflects planning by ancient engineers who understood the properties of both stone and soil. Altar Q's legacy persists because it embodies an entire dynastic story in a single piece of stone. The rulers seated around its faces remain present even after the city's political structure dissolved. The altar offers one of the clearest windows into the identity Copán projected through its ceremonies and monuments. It anchors historical narratives not through speculation, but through material evidence carved with deliberate purpose. As you drift back from these ancient sites and the remarkable achievements carved into stone, take a moment to reflect on what stood out most to you. Every monument carries its own questions, its own engineering puzzles, and its own glimpse into the minds of the people who shaped it. Your thoughts matter here, and sharing them helps guide future journeys through the world's most extraordinary artifacts. If you enjoyed exploring these wonders and want to follow the next discoveries waiting in the past, make sure you subscribe. There are many more stories resting in forgotten landscapes, and each one brings a new layer to this unfolding world of ancient ingenuity. Until next time.